I'd like to ask that you remain standing as I call on Ms. Brenda Edwin to lead us in a word of prayer.
Hallelujah. Father, we give you praise, we give you glory, we give you honor. Father, Lord, we thank you that you are mindful of us. And we thank you that you consider us. Father, Lord, your word said, morning by morning, your mercies we see, and what we have in our hands is you that have provided it. We want to thank you for your provision. We want to thank you, O Heavenly Father, for this session. And we welcome you into this room, Holy Spirit. And we declare, O Heavenly Father, as you come, that you come, you give us the wisdom and the understanding. And Father, Lord, as the word go out all over the world, in St. Lucia, every corner, that hearts would be melted, and that ears would be open, and that they would hear what is it that we have to say. Father, Lord, we give you the glory, and we give you the praise, as we come out, and we glorify your name. We ask that in no other name, but in the name of Jesus, with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much, Brenda. And so, ladies and gentlemen, special good evening to one and all who are present here with us, and a special good evening and welcome to Sunday Live, put on by the United Workers' Party, to those of you following us on live stream. Before we go any further, I would like to give you a proper welcome, but to do that, I would like to call on Miss Brenda Edwin, who is the representative from Castries North. Brenda, I'd like to come back to the podium, please, to give us a proper welcome.
I want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Castries North. And we're looking forward for when we have our specific and special activity that everyone from all over the island come and join us. We are hoping in the future that will be the community and the constituency that lead the United Workers' Party into victory. Amen? Amen.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we have quite a lot of work to do because of the lack of work that is being done right now. We have a government that has literally brought our country into disrepute with scandal after scandal, accusations and allegations of corruption after allegation and accusation. We have a bunch of men and women who simply do not care while they claim that they are putting you first. We are beginning to see and understand who exactly it is that they are putting first. And I want to point to you that this was a government in opposition who always made accusations of foreigners taking over the country, with unfounded accusations that the government was giving St. Lucia to foreigners. But while those were baseless allegations, we are actually seeing it in reality now under their watch. And before we go any further, I just want to debunk, one of the lies that they used to convince St. Lucians at the last election, and that they continue to perpetuate. And after I expose the lie, I will tell you the truth. One of the lies that we heard in 2021 was that the United Workers' Party government under the Honorable Alan Chasney gave away St. Lucia's land to Cabot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they know better and they know differently. But the lies have worked in the past for them, so they continue to perpetuate and peddle the lies. But this time around, the difference is that we are going to debunk the lies and tell you the truth. Cabot was always private property. Cabot was never the property of government. And so that private property got into some trouble. The owner of the property got into some financial problems, and so it was in receivership. The bank was in control of that property, and they were trying to sell the property. They eventually got a buyer, that is a company called Cabot, who bought the property so that they could continue the development that had started there, and so they planned to build the golf course and the hotels and all of this. So this, in fact, was never government's property. So it is a lie that is being perpetuated, and I heard that lie even on Thursday again being repeated, that we gave St. Lucia's land to Cabot. The St. Lucia land that is being given is the very important asset that you call the ports. Okay? When you look at how much they gave it to a foreign company for, I say they have given it away. And the truth is, at $40 million, SLASPA could have found that $40 million to carry out the development that they were talking about. Now let me just say this. When Cabot came to St. Lucia, they took a loan from the NIC. Now this is one of the things NIC does. NIC is an organization that is there to see after your pension. But we know the little pension that we pay is not enough to pay out the benefits when the time comes for us to get our pension. So what they do, they invest that money to build on the amount that they have so that they can pay out the pension. So among the things that they do, they give out loans, and in paying back the loan, whoever took the loan pays the interest, and that builds up the funds that they have. So they gave a loan to Cabot. And the Labour Party in opposition made a song and dance about the fact that NIC gave a loan to Cabot. Cabot has since paid back the loan. And they paid it ahead of time, I guess because of all the pressure. They paid it ahead of time. And so when NIC benefited from that interest would redound to you, the pensioners of St. Lucia. So when the time comes for you to get your pension, that money is there. Compare that to NH, a construction company from Trinidad. No, it's not NH, it's GPH. GPH, which is the company that they gave our ports to. And these people are raising those funds from our local financial institution. The Labour Party does not have a problem with that. Okay? The difference is, if SLASPA had taken a loan from NIC, the 40 million from NIC, and developed the port themselves, the port would still remain with SLASPA for the next 40 years, which means all the money that would be made would be ours. SLASPA would be paying back their loan to the NIC, which means the interest on that loan would come to us, so we would benefit all around. But instead, there's a foreign company that is making all of this benefit. So you're beginning to understand who they put in first? The foreigners are the ones that they put in first. I also want to point out to you that there's a project that was approved by the United Workers' Party, a development in Rodney Bay. Is it Rodney Bay City Center? That is also a foreign company. And don't get me wrong, we have no problems with foreign companies. Like I said to you, we approve that project. But when we approve projects and we negotiate, we do it in a manner that will benefit St. Lucia and St. Lucians. Today, they have come in and they have renegotiated with Rodney Bay City Center. And you know what they have agreed to do? While they are charging you, in addition to the high costs, the VAT, and all of the taxes that you pay, they have put a 2.5% on you, which they lied to you about and told you it was for health and security. Okay, and you have to pay an extra 2.5% on top of the high cost of living. But now, they have decided that Baywalk City Center does not have to pay the 2.5% levy that they impose on St. Lucian. So you see who they put in first? So when they give, instead of giving SLASPA, and by the way, let me just inform you that Mr. Snack and the Honorable Stevenson King lied to St. Lucians and told us that SLASPA was not interested in taking on the development of the port themselves. The minutes of a SLASPA meeting says otherwise, so it is a lie. But if you gave it to SLASPA, you would be putting St. Lucians first. But the people that they actually put first was GPH. They gave it to GPH. So now GPH will own our port in Castries and our port in Soufrière for the next 30 years with an option to renew for another 10 years. So your ports will be in foreign hands for a possible 40 years. During that time, and I'm not trying to upset you, I'm just telling you the truth. During that time, that foreign company will make about $400 million after investing a meager $40 million. That for US, US. So that 40 million US could have been paid by SLASPA to make 400 million US that will be ours. So again, you see who they put in first. NH is a Trinidadian company that they gave the contract to build our halls of justice, what I refer to as the halls of injustice, because it is a big injustice given the fact that at $143 million, which is the price that NH said it will cost, okay, that would be the most expensive building in St. Lucia, in the history of St. Lucia. And I'm measuring it per square foot. Okay, it would cost us at about what? Over $500 a square foot to build that building. Now, first of all, my question is, isn't there any local St. Lucian contracting firm that could have done that Hall of Justice? They went to Trinidad, and the deal is NH will build the Hall of Justice for 143 million US, and we are going to pay back over 200 million US for that Hall of Justice. Where is that money going to? Who is that money going to? So again, you can see who it is they put in first. When you want a passport in St. Lucia, if you have to go to your daughter or son's wedding in the US or anywhere next year, you should have applied for the passport last year. Okay? Because to get a passport in St. Lucia is much harder than pulling teeth. And so, while you cannot get your passport in this country, they have allocated 13,000 passports to a foreign company so that they can get citizenship by investment. Now, I will talk about that a little later, but we have speakers who will give you details about that citizen by investment, that is CIP, the worst scandal that St. Lucia has ever experienced. Now, before I call on my first speaker, let me just say this. Some of you, the younger ones who are here, believe that scandals were just invented in St. Lucia, because probably you voted for the first time last time, you voted for EWP, you didn't hear all those scandals. And now every week is a new scandal, every week is a different scandal. So you think that's new? Let me tell you something. Back in 79-82, there was a passport scandal involving the SLP. It's nothing new. It's just, the only difference is that it's bigger this time. A scandal of international proportion. Okay, they had passport scandal, they had lumber scandal, they had all kinds of scandals going on with the SLP. We will bring back integrity and honor to government when we return the United Workers' Party. And so, some of the people who will help us achieve that goal and bring the United Workers' Party back to glory and bring St. Lucia back to progress and development are the youth of this country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I will now call on my first speaker to address you. And talking about youth, this is a young man who will be making his debut today at the United Workers' Party podium. And if you think, as some of us are being phased out, like the spiders are moving away, you think they are not newcomers to the web? You make a mistake. You make a mistake. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our first speaker, a young man who will address you, a young man by the name of Kishon Fontenelle. And Kishon, take over and talk to our people.
All right. Special good evening to everybody present. Yeah. Special good evening to my fellow youth as well. Yes. Thank you so much for everybody who's giving me this opportunity to represent. I hope I'll do you all good this afternoon. Okay. So 3 years ago, our country elected the St. Lucia Labour Party. in the hope that they will put the citizenry first. Thousands of young people like myself gave the Labour Party a chance to put us first as their campaign promised. What we have seen so far, however, are broken promises, secret deals, lies, and propaganda. Instead of putting young people first, we see the Labour Party continues to put its ministers first. No wonder, as we look island-wide, not even Labour Party supporters are enthusiastic about its performance over the last 3 years. Instead of celebrating, the country cries over increased hardship and suffering in most areas of national development. The Labour Party government has simply failed us, all of us. They have failed the youth. As we speak today, the National Youth Council continues to be the main youth organization on Ireland and is responsible for 28 district youth and sports councils. But would you imagine that the SLP has only provided $42,000 for the year, or less than $42,000 a month, to run youth initiatives island-wide? Out of this small amount, the NYC is expected to pay rent, hire staff, and pay utilities. After doing all this, I am sure that there is nothing left to invest in young people. Over the past 3 years, our Labour Party has failed the youth people on crime. Our young people are victims of crime on almost a weekly basis. Gun violence is a major cause of death for many young men in our country. Just look at that 13-year-old boy who got murdered in his own home. The number of homicides this year is well over 40. If we continue at this rate, we are on a trend to surpass the number of homicides for the last 2 years, both in the proximity of 75 homicides. Most of these victims to gun violence are young males like myself, around my age, and most inmates at Bordelais Correctional Facility are also young males. Like me, they had bigger dreams than an untimely death. Dreams to become a doctor, a lawyer, maybe even have their own business. It's truly sad. Many of these families will wait in vain for justice, for closure for many years to come. Instead of fixing a broken justice system, the SLP facilitates laws where perpetrators of gun offenses can receive bail to come back into our streets and commit other gun offenses. We therefore confront a national crisis by losing a large section of our young people to bloodshed. Young people have also been failed by this government in the area of employment. The Economic and Social Review of 2023 says that for the last 3 years, unemployment among young people stood higher than the national unemployment rate in 2023. In 2023, 1 in every 4 young person was unemployed, with youth unemployment at 25%. This is largely attributed to a mismatch between skills and available jobs. Instead of a radical and transformative training policy, the government established the Youth Economy Program, where most of the money go to paying salaries and other administration costs. Please, do not get me wrong. I am in great support of any activity that will make our young people stronger. However, I cannot support a scheme where the government gives salaries to its friends rather than young people. So these are just a few words. These are only just a few of many failures of the Labour Party over the last 3 years. If we continue to keep them in office, we will lose our country. We will endanger our youth. This is why I am here to tell my fellow youth that the time is now to start a national movement to get rid on this incentive St. Lucia Labour Party government. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kishon. Well, you heard it from the young man who spoke on the youth economy. That fast welcome to our political leader, the Honorable Alan Chasney. And so, we just heard of one of our young men, and you will be providing the requisite leadership to those young people in the coming 5 years. And so the young man spoke on the youth economy, which is predominantly a fast. He also spoke about the crime situation which affects our young people in this country. And he mentioned that, I suspect he's a member of the NYC, he mentioned that the NYC is only getting $42,000 a month to pay administrative costs to a year. A year? $2,000 a year. $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month? I thought it was bad when I thought it was 42,000. Well, and let me just say to you, sir, I am not here to bring doom and gloom. Before I even say what I'm about to say, have no fear. The time will come when the United Workers' Party will take over and the plight of youth will be better. But let me just tell you, between now and then, what will happen. The Ministry of Youth and Sports is the ministry that is responsible for the national lotteries. The national lotteries was set up to generate revenue for youth development and sports. But this present government has had the national lottery take a loan of $80 million for World Cup, which they claim was used to develop the Grosley Field, the Darren Sammy Stadium, and the Mindo Phillip Park. $80 million. Now, if you go there and you don't see $80 million, don't ask me questions. The people who are supposed to answer the questions cannot answer the questions, so don't expect me to answer it. But the bad news is that having taken those $80 million, which we cannot account for in terms of actual work, we have to pay back $80,000 a month for that loan. I don't know if the young man is listening to me. The National Lottery has to pay back over $80,000 a month for that loan. Now, I used to be the Minister of Sports at one time. When I was the Minister of Sports, National Lottery was only making, the ministry only got $25,000 from the lottery. $25,000. We had to pay staff, administrative costs, and give money to national associations. When we got into office, we introduced Cage with the video lotteries, and our revenue increased significantly. When I left, it was over $500,000 a month. Now it is in the region of about $800,000 a month. But unfortunately, all of that $800,000 will be going to pay for that loan. Okay? With the money that was squandered for World Cup, it will go to pay that loan. So if you're expecting anything more on the $42,000, you'll be lucky if you continue to get that $42,000. But don't despair. The United Workers' Party has always been there. When the St. Lucia Labour Party runs the country into ruin, we have always come to the rescue and put St. Lucia back on a course of progress and development. So, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the United Workers' Party, this has been a resilient party. This has been the party that is synonymous with the development and progress of St. Lucia. Most of the major development you see in this country has the fingerprint of the United Workers' Party on it. And the best policies in government that we know of have come from the United Workers' Party. And so now this year that we are celebrating 60 years of our existence, we have gone through some trials, we have gone through some tough times. I remember in the aftermath of the 2021 elections, Coming out of that elections, I know many of you were brokenhearted, were despondent, were some of you discouraged, and you probably felt that that was the end of the United Workers' Party. But let me remind you, you can't keep a good thing down. And so there were some resilient people who refused to accept that the United Workers' Party would be decimated into oblivion, and they kept the fight going. I want once again to take the opportunity to compliment Sky FM for the work that they did in the aftermath of the 2021 election, when many of us were licking our wounds and nursing our bruises. They kept the fight going, and for that we are grateful. Today, we are back as a force to be reckoned with, getting ready to take over the reins of government once again. We must not forget the efforts of those individuals. So, but you're looking at me as if you're wondering who I'm talking about. One of those individuals is here with us today in this hall. And it would be remiss of me if I do not bring him to the podium to have a few words with you. He had a lot to say when many of us were beaten into silence. But now we have a voice again. It's because people like him kept his voice going. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to a man I consider to be a giant of the United Workers' Party. I want to bring to the podium a sparkling gentleman, champion.
There is indeed absolutely nothing for these guys to be celebrating. Absolutely nothing. This country has gone into a place that we have never seen before. But they will tell you otherwise. They will come out there and talk all kinds of nonsense to fool the people again. 3/4 or almost 90% of what they will be saying to the people on whenever, tomorrow I think or Sunday, are lies. 90% of it. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I guess okay. All right. Good afternoon to everyone, Mr. Political Leader. I guess and everyone here this afternoon. Firstly, before I come into make my contribution, I want to say something. In 2016, the lead up to the elections of 2016, during the campaign from 2013 onwards, we seek the Lord. We asked God for the victory. We went to various areas where we prayed. We went to the VG field. We went to Mount Jimmy. We had church services. We prayed and prayed and prayed, asking God for the victory. And God heard us, and He gave us the victory. So we got the victory, but we didn't give them the honor and the glory. We forgot God. And I must say it today, for all of the Flambeaus around the world, the great God gave us the victory in 2016, and immediately after that we forgot Him. Everyone went on their merry way and do everything, and we left the one that gave us the victory. We did not give Him the honor and glory. So I would like to see this change in the upcoming next election. When we go to God and He gives us the victory, we need to give Him the glory. Today I need to speak about something regarding the governance of this country, because as a citizen of this country, and I'm speaking in the capacity of a citizen of St. Lucia, not as a Flambeau. That doesn't mean I'm not a Flambeau. I'm a Flambeau to the end of the world. I'm speaking in the capacity of a St. Lucian, a citizen of this country. Our country, it is very, very concerning where we are today with the people that are governing this country. Firstly, my concern is the people that are put in positions of governance. There was a gentleman, allegedly, we heard, that there was multiple bomb scares leading up to the the 2016 general elections. Today, this gentleman is in a position of governance. As a matter of fact, he works at the Prime Minister's office. We also heard of another gentleman, a media worker, who gave all kinds of problems. Went into the faces of ministers of government, the Prime Minister, parliamentarians. He was showered with another gift. He worked at the Ministry of Infrastructure. What did we hear? Allegedly again, we heard that this individual was involved in a driver's license scandal. Another scandal. We are hearing that the acting police commissioner, and I want to go there because why I'm going there is because of the governance, the people that are put in positions of governance of this country. This is why we are in that mess we are today. This country is ungoverned. Allegedly, again, we are hearing of an acting police commissioner involved in sexual misconducts. An investigation I'm hearing is happening at this time. Persons have been flown into St. Lucia to do the investigations. As recent as Friday, while I'm on my show, I'm getting a text message. We are hearing again a female senator of the government once again was involved, allegedly again, because we don't have all the facts and all the proof. I know for me, is again involved in another scandal. So I'm asking myself, where are we in regards to the governance of this country? These are the same people that said Alan Chastain's knees were on the necks of St. Lucians. His knees were on the necks of St. Lucians, and they demonstrated their match every day. As a result, FFF, every day you heard it, friends, family, foreigners. Today we are seeing the people that are placed in the level of governance in certain positions, they are involved in so many different scandals. That begs the question, what is the governance aspect of this country? Where are we? Who is governing this country? And I could say to you, no one is governing this country. This country is left all by itself. Look at where we are with crime. Look at where we are with crime. I'm giving you an assignment next Friday. Those of you who drive vehicles, or those of you who just want to hang out in the Rodney Bay area, take a walk on the strip. The famous Rodney Bay strip that was vibrant and alive, and you saw visitors walking up and down the strip. Go up there at about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and witness for yourself. The business places there that are empty, nobody in there. Some of them are shut down, no visitors walking. You know why? Because we are hearing people are getting shot outside of resorts. So where's the governance of this country? Where are we with this governance? The people that are put into positions, they are not doing the job. We must get rid of these people. We must get rid of the government and get back a government that can work and to govern this country. It's not me just saying it. It is out there for all to see. 53 homicides already in the 8th month. Now, not that when the United Workers' Party was in office that we didn't have homicides. That's not what I'm saying. But I know it was better controlled. I know crime was down to a huge percent. And there were reports from the Prime Minister and his members and his cabinet in regards to the fight about crime. We're not hearing anything. A young man got shot, 13 years old, in his home. The member, which the neighboring parliamentarian, which is what's his name? Is it Jeremiah Norbert? Jeremiah Norbert, who happens to be the crime prevention. I'm always having a problem with this title, crime prevention. The word prevention means to prevent. Something's not going to happen. How is it that you prevent your crime prevention and crime is still happening? He never uttered one word in regards to this little young man. Not a word. I mean, it has already happened. Can you believe it? So crime prevention is not his concern because he couldn't prevent it. It has already happened. You could believe this? No, but this is serious, you know. This governance, the governance of our country is in a mess. It is serious, and we must do something about this. It has to be done. I want to take a little more time, and I want to address the young people, particularly in VA4. And it really dawned on me last week when I saw what was proposed with the DSH project. You see, I'm a guy that is in, I believe in employment. I believe in people working and people having something for themselves, as opposed to boss man. The DSH project, what did we have? Oh, they were saying to the young men, you all are just going to be picking up horse poop. Young men that never had something to do to begin with. There were over 200 people employed at DSH, 200. Those in administration, those in the stables, security, all kinds of people were employed. They were working for salary. Young people, it's a shame to have young people picking up horse poop. The young people didn't always pick up horse poop. The horses didn't poop every second. Those horses were groomed. They were groomsmen. They were handlers. They took care of those stables. They took care of those horses. Have you ever seen I've been to a track. I've been to horse race. And you know who brings out the horses? The handlers in their suit. The same ones that pick up the poop. They're out there holding the bridle or the bridle, whatever the name is, and walking those horses. They are there in their suits. They are recognized by the owners of the horses. But in St. Lucia, Musa and Kenny said to young people, oh, you all have been disrespected for picking up horse poop. Where are those young people today? Over 200 people. I remember the Labour Party had a meeting with Mr. Teo Akin in October of 2021. We never got to know what the details of that meeting was. We will never know. All we know that DHS is no more. The racetrack is gone. As a matter of fact, I go by there most of the time. Everything is sold. So you will not see that racetrack again. Maybe if our political leader has some form of magic and begs Mr. Teo Akin to get back to St. Lucia, maybe. I want to ask Musa and Kenny and Alva, what is the alternative that they gave to the 200 plus young men and women that work at DSH? What are the alternatives? Okay, so they picked up horse poop. You all shut the place down. Didn't we negotiate with Mr. Teo Akin? Mr. Teo Akin left. What have you given those young people in its place? What are the alternatives? What have you given to these young people? Absolutely nothing. Guns. A young man said to me, Mr. Champagne, boy, I wanted to ride a horse so bad, and I went there just to clean up the stable. There's a linky guy. He knows about the age, the weight limit, about 115 pounds. He said, I wanted to ride. I wanted to become a jockey. It's no more. DSH is gone. No more DSH. And nothing is put in place. Now, I'm only giving a few minutes, but I want to say to St. Lucia, particularly the young people, that their parents are saying to them, the Labour Party has a match. I'm not concerned about the Labour Party's match. Everybody, our party has matches. Labour Party has matches. But I want the young people, before you go to that match, before you attend that match, think for yourself, what are you going to gain from that match? What have you gotten in 3 years from the Labour Party that would permit you to go to that match? What have you seen? What is benefiting you? So you can say, well, you know, my constituency, this was done. Let me go to support the Labour Party match. I'm saying to the young people out there, and St. Lucian, there's absolutely nothing. The Labour Party knows it. They are begging people to come to that match. Literally, this is the third time that they have made that announcement. Okay? We as Flambeaus, I know it. I know for me, we are unconcerned about the Labour Party's match. What we are concerned about is the destruction that they have brought on our country. This is what we are concerned about. And this is what we are going to fix. We will fix this. Finally, in closing, yesterday I put out a video on Facebook because it was really sad to see this. I just put it out today. And I think it has over 3,000 views already. I made a video of the airport, the new airport terminal foundation, HIA. Would you believe that the guys, the Labour Party, has dug into some of the piles that cost millions of dollars and cut them off and throw them to the side? Huge craters. They cut those piles, maybe to downsize, to reduce on the structure. They have cut the piles, meaning maliciously, when Alan Shaston and the United Workers' Party gets back into office, they cannot go back and build the airport terminal of that magnitude. They have to now buy or reinvest in piles and spend more money of the taxpayers. Isn't that wickedness? Isn't that wickedness? The control tower, it has stopped for a month now. They have taken off the crane, everything is stopped. So the development and the future of this country, all the bragging you hear Nestle talking about numbers and numbers, this is gone. This season is dead. Right now at the airport, when I go to the airport, we just have to look at the aircrafts coming in. 80 people, 60 people, it's gone. I understand that's the time of the season. But when we were there in 2018, I could boast that we never had an off season in 2017, in 2018, in 2019. And I have Mr. Vincent London here, who was one of the managers of JetBlue. He could confirm this. St. Lucia, let me say to you, all this nonsense of this noise, I'm not even going to address CIP. There are enough speakers to address that today because this is one of St. Lucia's biggest scandals. We have to be very careful. GPH is another one. There are speakers to address that. I am saying to our people, You need to pay attention of what is happening in this country. It is bad. You cannot go out at night. You are confined to your home. Ou sans pour la dans calage. You cannot go out. You just like you're in prison. If you want your freedom, get back to the realms of the United Workers' Party. Vote for the United Workers' Party. It's not too far from coming. We will be back in office. The United Workers' Party. Long live the United Workers' Party. I thank you, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Champagne. Bubbly as ever. And ladies and gentlemen, Champagne touched on a lot of salient topics today. You know, I feel for the people of Vieux-Fort that now all there is in Vieux-Fort is gun war. I remember when I sat in cabinet under the leadership of the Honorable Alan Chasney, and the discussions were about the SH project, HIA expansion, and one that excited me a lot, home porting at the port in Vieux-Fort, where cruise ships will be coming to pick up passengers here in St. Lucia and so on. Can you imagine the number of jobs and the income that it would bring for us in St. Lucia? Unfortunately, that is gone because of a secret deal made by our government with GPH, whereas apart from having our ports under their control for the next 40 years, for only $40 million, they have agreed that there will be no development at the Vieux-Fort ports. So the people of Vieux-Fort, under this government, instead of getting better, it will get worse. And the only salvation for you is to invest your confidence and trust by voting the United Workers' Party into office and get rid of the St. Lucia Labour Party that has represented that area in Labrie, Vieux-Fort North, and Vieux-Fort South for the last 3 decades, but have brought nothing to you but crime and violence. So, ladies and gentlemen, we talking about the South, and there was a name that was mentioned during Champagne's presentation. I saw the gentleman somewhere around. Is he still around? Oh. You know, this was one of the soldiers in the 2021 election contest. He was unsuccessful like many of us, but he did a remarkable job in terms of his performance. And what is very encouraging to me is that people like him have remained in the folds of the United Workers' Party and continues to stand ready to do battle with us. Whether or not he is a candidate, he is one of us who will be doing battle in the upcoming campaign. And so, ladies and gentlemen, he is also, you know, Sky FM quick to spot soldiers, you know, and put them under the wings. He is also currently one of the voices on Sky FM. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming to the podium Mr. Vincent London, who will make a brief address to you.
After 3 years, wait a minute, what have we done? They realize that they've done nothing but to divide. And so it is too late now to go back to the drawing board and start something new, because you know when government have projects, it doesn't just take 2 months to put together. You have negotiations, you have building, you have approvals, you have, you know, it has to be approved in parliament, it has to be tabled, it has to be gazetted. So a lot of things have to happen. And so they realize that, wait a minute, we've not done anything after 3 years. So now it looks like we have no choice but to go back and try to do some of the things that Alan Chasney and the UWP had started. Was that a lie? Was that a lie? Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I wish I had a little honey because I've been speaking at some issues or on some levels at some other functions, so forgive my voice this afternoon. I want to recognize, obviously, our political leader. Let's give him a wonderful, wonderful hand of applause. Deputy political leader as well. And then, of course, the last time I addressed you, I forgot our charming masters of ceremony. Let's put our hands together for the Honorable, I call him the Honorable Spider Montoot. Excellent. He is doing a fantastic job, and whether it's Nancy at Meet the Opposition or Spider or Dominic, it's always a wonderful, wonderful show. So let's put our hands together again for their contribution. Now, what can, I cannot anymore come with prepared notes because the Labour Party has given us too many things to talk about. In the past you'd probably find, okay, what am I going to speak on and so on. But the Labour Party has given St. Lucians too many things to talk about. So you could close your eyes and say this and that and that and that. There's not a letter in the alphabet that there's not a topic or a situation that the Labour Party has not destroyed. And if you could have added a 27th letter, that too would have been solid on the St. Lucia Labour Party. My good friends, I want to tell you it's nice to see you this afternoon. And this is a growing movement because we are all disenchanted by the St. Lucia Labour Party. We all know that the St. Lucia Labour Party talks a great game, a good game. They say all kinds of things, but they bring nothing to the table but themselves. You and I, we have seen them. All those that used to speak on issues, and when the United Workers' Party was in office, there's nothing that the Honorable Prime Minister back then did that the Labour Party didn't want to take down. They criticized. We were building hospital, it was bad. The roads, it was bad. Horse race, it was bad. All kinds of things. No matter what the United Workers' Party did on the whole establishment or the thinking or putting it together of or by the St. Lucia Labour Party, it was wrong. And I'm saying to you today that this administration called the St. Lucia Labour Party has come back to office, and they have done every single thing under the face of this earth wrong. If you agree with me, you will see that they have gone on to look at where they can place every single person within every department on this island. There is no objectivity, whether you look at the national lotteries, whether you look at the commission, the Electoral Boundaries Commission. There's not one single organization, whether government or otherwise statutory, there's not a Labour Party person that is placed within that committee or on that board. Every single place, every single organization has a Labour Party operative. So therefore, we cannot expect there to be any level of objectivity. I don't know if you have seen it, I don't know if you have felt it, but I know under this administration, there is absolutely no objectivity. Now, there will be marching on, a few days to come? And, we've given it all kinds of names. We've called it the March of Progress and the March of Shame, but I call it the March of the Poorest. That is what it is going to be. Because you'll see among these people who are marching, whatever day that it is called, that these are the not well-to-do in our society. You will see among those people, of course, at the forefront will be those who are the ministers and those who get the contract and the consultancy. You will see these people there. But when you look, as you examine those who are following them, you will see that these are people who do not even know how they're going to buy a bread the following day, who do not even know how they're going to have their children sent to school in the first term in September. And you will see these are the people who are waving the biggest banners and the placards and all kinds of silly writings that they're going to be presenting to St. Lucians. And then you wonder, why are they doing that? And that is why I have called it the March of the Poorest, not the March for Progress. It cannot be the March for Progress. Are you feeling the progress? Have you seen the progress? Is the cost of bread cheaper? than when the United Workers' Party was in office? Do you fill your cars with fuel that is as cheap as it was when the United Workers' Party was in office? Do you have the roads that you need to run from Grosselet to Castries and down to Viewford in a very smooth manner? None of that. And then you're going to be matching for progress. Are you going to St. Jude's Hospital and you getting the medication or the beds that you need? None of that. Victoria Hospital, OKEU, none of that. But yet still they'll tell you that this is a match of progress. Progress of what? Of misery? Progress of what? Of poverty? Progress of what? High prices? Progress of what? Can you tell me? Perhaps you have an answer. Perhaps St. Lucia has an answer. But I don't, and I know all of us sitting there, we are not seeing any progress. So my dear friends, I don't know why the Labour Party, who's in office, would choose to match, and they call it a match of progress. Now they mention about corresponding banking. You know, and I see the spin of the Labour Party. And the Labour Party is known for their propaganda. And I always say on my show, and whoever I have discussions with, rise above the noise of the Labour Party. And you'll hear me say that over and over on the show. Because St. Lucians, the psyche has been affected in such a situation, or in such a manner, that we, well, those who allow that to happen, but I know you and I in there, we are obviously above board, we know what they're doing. But for the majority of St. Lucians, and that's why they won the last elections, they have messed up the psyche. And we must say to St. Lucians that you ought to rise above the noise of the Labour Party. Psychological warfare, mind games, that's what they do all the time. And so they tell you the Honorable Alan Chasney is in cahoots with Martinez in order to bring down or mess up the corresponding banking relationship that we have with foreign banks. And I ask myself the question, does that make any sense? A gentleman who owns businesses, his family, his in-laws, who owns businesses that is worth millions and millions of dollars, businesses that he probably owns, and if you put all of these current ministers and senators together, what they own cannot compare. The value of their business is not even comparable to one of his business. And then for a gentleman who has a hotel and then brings in a whole bunch of foreign people, that means foreign exchange. Am I wrong? Yes. Why would he want to mess up the banking relationship? Does that make sense to you, Flambeau? I'm asking you the question, does that make sense to you, St. Lucia? No. That is the Labour Party for you. And they'll keep on telling you these things over and over. I bet you in the coming days, they'll say that, hey, St. Lucia is not going to be sending anyone to the Olympics anymore. Because the Labour Party is, the St. Lucia, I meant to say, the United Workers' Party. You know, they're so confusing that if I'm not even careful, I will be confused myself. They'll tell you it is because the United Workers' Party has said something to someone and that it is as if there will be no participation in the Olympics in the next 4 years. You are bound to hear it is because of the United Workers' Party and what the United Workers' Party is doing that you will hear that we will not be sending anyone to the Olympic Games in 4 years' time. They will tell you all of these things. They will tell you that the young lady, Gillian Alfred, is doped or is stripped of her medal. All of these things you are bound to hear. And who will they blame? Alan Michael Shasty and the United Workers' Party. Psychological warfare, I call it. Mind games. They do that to you and I over and over. As if we were not conscious, we would have believed this. So I'm saying to St. Lucians that you need to rise above the noise of the United Workers' Party. And I want to recognize this young man right there. Now let's put our hands together for him. Because these are the people These are the people that will be most affected in the next few years to come. When all the Philip J. Pierres and all the Musas and all of them have met their demise, these are the young people that will be affected by their silly policies, by a government who does not think of young people and the future of this country. So we constantly must remind St. Lucians that they need to rise above the noise and all the psychological warfare of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Otherwise, we will perish. Otherwise, we will face a grim future that is already being paved by this administration. So my good friends, rise above the noise of the Labour Party when they say the foolishness that you don't get in the mix, because that's what happens. That's what happened, in fact, during the last elections, and we lost. I hope on the march for not progress, on the march for the poorest, that they will examine the streets of Castries, St. Lucia, that they will look at each of these buildings, that they will look at the street corners, and they will see how filthy the capital of St. Lucia is. On the march for the poor that they're doing, that they will see that there are derelict buildings and people around every corner asking you for $1 or $2. And I know they chose to do it on a Sunday, because that's what I heard. That is happening on a Sunday, whereby the city is not going to be busy. So that will save face, and it's probably on social media. You know, those who are watching overseas may not be seeing those folks who are begging. But St. Lucia is in a state that I have never seen before. Every supermarket you enter and you get out of, somebody is asking for $1. Every bank you enter and you get out of, somebody is asking for $1. It means that we are in serious doo-doo. And I think we ought to call the septic truck to get us out of that. I think we ought to call those who deal with cesspool and stuff like that to get us out of the mess. And the only way we can do that is when we bring back the United Workers' Party under the leadership of the great, the honorable, the incoming Prime Minister, Alan Michael Castries. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, London. Now, I just want to thank you, London, for that contribution. And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard him mention about the young people and the role that they have to play, and in terms of what is happening in terms of their future, because, of course, as he mentioned, quite importantly, what is happening today will have long-term implications for the future of our young people in this country. Now, talking about lies and propaganda and secrets and all of that, you know, the Labour Party is promoting their accomplishments. And among the accomplishments, they talk about housing and all of those things. Now, to be honest with you, I don't take everything at face value. With a government that has told so many lies and bluffed so much, I say, well, let me see for myself. When it comes to housing, I went around looking for the houses. I saw 3 houses in Dennery, and I thought to myself, if that is what they call housing, well, we are doomed in this country. However, the United Workers' Party had embarked upon a housing program with Fresh Start in Talvan and Shock, which immediately upon assuming office, the St. Lucia Labour Party put an end to it. Now they have realized that they have failed miserably because they had no plan and they have nothing to fall back on. And the time is approaching, they have readopted that same project with the same company. And this is a government that told you how corrupt the government was and how much Fresh Start was involved in complot with Guy Joseph and all of that. Today, they have just proven to you that it was all lies and bluff. So we cannot allow ourselves to be fooled all the time by a government that has no plan for the development of this country, but instead a government replete with individuals who are interested in their own personal aggrandizement, in their own personal enrichment, and their own personal development. They are not concerned about you. They do not care about you. I remember going to Calypso tent a couple years ago, and there was this Calypsonian from Vieux-Fort who sang a song that when, you know, from the campaign, everything he was saying is peep. Everybody, people want peep. But today, they have peep. But people are dying in droves in St. Lucia. You're not hearing a peep. Today, our patrimony is being given away to foreigners, not a peep. The CIP scandal, the biggest scandal that has ever hit St. Lucia, of international proportions, that is tarnishing our reputation, our image, and putting our program in jeopardy, not a peep. But you know what? When the time comes, and they will try to peep, they will realize that St. Lucians have reached the point where we're not tolerating a peep. And so the time is at hand, and so they're desperate. If you notice, a government in office is behaving more like an opposition than the opposition itself. You know, they criticize the opposition, they blame the opposition. I mean, opposition blames government because government is in office and they're responsible for what is happening. But today we have government blaming opposition for what is happening in government. Can you imagine that? You know, and normally in a political cycle, you find yourself in opposition. Opposition organized marches. Today you have a government marching against itself. That's the only honest thing that has come out of the St. Lucia Labour Party. We have organized a march. And when normally people march to protest, people march to highlight negativity, that is what they are doing. They have recognized it themselves, so they are marching in disguise. But we're not concerned with that. We're not interested in that. When the time comes, you know, you want to talk about march? We will give them their marching orders. And that is what will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving right along. And I notice the hall has been filled. We have no more sitting capacity. So I would like to inform those of you who are still outside and peeping, looking for chairs inside. There is a big screen outside. You can go downstairs and you can watch the proceedings from outside. Okay, there are a couple more seats, but there is a big screen outside where you can follow what is going on. And I also want to welcome again those of you who are watching us live, and to say to you that we appreciate the fact that you're showing an interest in what is taking place in your country, especially those of you in the diaspora who continue to be interested in the well-being and welfare of St. Lucia and St. Lucians. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, despite all of the crime, despite all of the sellouts that is going on, despite all of the corruption, one of the main things on St. Lucians' minds is the high cost of living. Because before we get to all of that, we have to survive. We must feed our children. And things are so rough in this country. When you go to supermarkets, I meet people. These days, everybody has shopping lists. St. Lucians used to just go to the supermarket and just buy what they want before. Now everybody has shopping lists. And I hear people arguing between themselves whether they should take that one instead of that one, whether they should leave this behind and take that one. People now are juggling bills. If they pay this one this month, they don't pay that other one this month, they pay it next month. That is the situation that this government has put St. Lucia. They say that inflation in St. Lucia is caused by external forces. To a certain extent, that is so, because we import a lot of things from foreign countries. However, what governments do is implement policies to reduce the impact of inflation that is imported. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let me not think. Let me just use what the Alan Chastanet government used to do. What the Alan Chastanet-led government used to do was when prices of oil was skyrocketing and through the roof, they subsidized the price so that it remained low in St. Lucia. When the price of rice, flour, and sugar was going through the roof, and the bakers were saying that they want an increase, recognizing that especially when it comes to bread, and I don't know if it's me alone, but I eat bread every day. And most St. Lucians, bread is a staple. When it comes to mothers with children, especially those who have children going to school, bread is a very important item for them to feed their children. So we recognize that that would put hardship and put strain on our people. Instead of allowing the price of bread to go up, we subsidized flour and kept the price of bread at 25 cents. These are the policies that government implement. When we realize the high cost of living, we remove 2.5% on VAT. What has this government done? They reduce the subsidies. They refuse to lower the price of fuel, even when the price of a barrel of fuel went down on the international market. When it was about $80, we had it at $13.95. Now it is about that price, they have it at $16.50. That is the government that is concerned about you and putting you first. At the end of the day, instead of making things better for you, they figure it wasn't bad enough. They put 2.5% levy on you. And I want you to bear in mind, we took out 2.5 on the VAT. They put 2.5 levy. Now if they put it back on the VAT, it will be less than the 2.5 on the levy. I want to explain this briefly. The 2.5 on the levy on items and services means that when the thing gets to the port, whoever imported it pays 2.5%. The truck driver that is taking it and bringing it to you, where he's charging 2.5% for his services, that's another 2.5. When you come to sell it to me now, you put your 2.5, another 2.5. That is a compounded tax. So your fare back I move it, tell me, you cannot even keep track of how much they have put on you. And that is what the government has done to you, the government that say that they're putting you first. You know what? When it comes to bleeding money out of you, you first. When it comes to giving away our money, foreigners first. So it is clear who they put first. Now, you talk about, I heard a young man talk about unemployment earlier on and complaining about the unemployment among youth. Well, I have bad news for the youth. If you think you will get a job, we're bringing Indians to work in St. Lucia. I mean, that is the kind of government you have in place today. So you see who they put in first. Anyway, I would like to bring a gentleman who sat in the last cabinet, who distinguished himself as a parliamentary representative, distinguished himself as a minister. He did not take our lands and sold it underpriced to foreigners. He was never mentioned in any scandal, any corruption. And he now, who knows a thing or two about keeping the prices down, controlling cost of living, I want him to come and talk to you, especially given the fact that he is going to be returned once again as the next representative for Soufrière Pont Saint-Jacques to replace the lady who, instead of doing your work, is busy going on secret dates and making secret deals in Soufrière, who has literally given away the ports of Soufrière, with the Minister of Commerce who should be seeing about ensuring that the cost of living goes down and is not doing so. We have a replacement for her, and I would like to call upon him right now to address you. The Honorable Senator Herod Stanislas.
Last year, Mr. Vice President, St. Lucia's debt repayment increased by a whooping 17.2%. 17.2% to a gigantic $341.3 million. $341.3 million. It's in the Economic and Social Review. Not me, not my figures, not my words. This means that the taxpayers of this country, Mr. Vice President, are obligated to repay $27,608,333.43 per month, or almost $1 million a day in debt repayment. Much, Mr. Master of Ceremony. And let me, of course, recognize our political leader. Say a special good evening to you, the members and supporters of the United Workers' Party in this room this evening. Special good evening to our St. Lucian persons who are viewing at home in the comfort of the living rooms, those who are using their mobiles and other devices. A special good evening as well to our wonderful supporters and members in the diaspora who are always tuned in and always in support of the United Workers' Party. I bring you special greetings from Sulphur City this evening. As our Master of Ceremony, Spider, said, I am going to be speaking on an issue, a crisis which has been created by this government, this Prime Minister, which is impacting every single St. Lucian, which is causing a lot of pain, a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of misery, a lot of suffering on the pockets and the wallets of each and every one of us. Whether you are in the upper class, whether you are in middle class, you are in the low class, you are in no class, whether you are the poorest of the poor, we are all impacted by this crisis. And this is cost of living. And this crisis, ladies and gentlemen, fellow St. Lucians, was created by this government as a result of the incompetence and the misinformed policies of this Prime Minister and this government. They have no one to blame but themselves. It is a fact, brothers and sisters, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the price of goods and services skyrocketed globally. That's a fact. And as a result, we had supply chain issues. But today, 2024, 3 years after COVID-19, brothers and sisters, inflation and supply chain issues are no more. But yet still in St. Lucia, prices continue to rise every single day, every single week, every single month in this country. As a matter of fact, St. Lucia continues to record the worst inflation rate in the OECS. We were the leaders of economic and social development in the OECS for many, many years, for decades. But today, we are performing worst because this Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, have implemented misinformed policies. He has taken wrong decisions, and he is causing us, the people of St. Lucia, to suffer as a result of those bad decisions. Brothers and sisters, the main reason for this inflation is the price of fuel, the high price of fuel. And this government have maintained the price of fuel at the highest level which we have seen in the history of St. Lucia. Fuel was at $17.95 a gallon under this Labour Party. And we all know, brothers and sisters, that fuel is what determines the price of electricity. And every single business, every single sector of the economy uses electricity. So the hotels, manufacturing, small business, construction, agriculture and agro-processing, the bakers, the tailors, the seamstresses, and of course, we, the citizens, we use electricity in our homes. And with that in mind, brothers and sisters, this government is either blind or ignorant of that fact, and they refuse to bring down the price of fuel. Although they have generated the most revenue from the taxes which they are collecting on fuel and fuel products, over $34 million more last year to a whooping $68 million, they refuse to pass on the savings to you, the people of St. Lucia. They refuse to. Cooking gas, they have reduced the subsidies on cooking gas on the 20 and 22 pound cylinder of gas. And these are the sizes that the majority of us St. Lucians are able to afford to purchase. Not many people can purchase the 100-pound cylinder gas. It's the majority of the poor, the vulnerable, the working class families we use 20 and 22 pound cylinder gases. But no, they are not passing on the savings through the pass-through mechanism to you, the people. Rather, they are keeping it to themselves so that they can enrich their hacks and their cronies with those savings. They can create consultancies in all different sorts of ministries. They can create all sorts of appointments for all their hacks and cronies at the expense of you, the people of St. Lucia. That is what it is all about, ladies and gentlemen. So let us make a comparison, brothers and sisters. The government of the UWP, during its term in office from 2016 to 2021, we capped fuel at $13.95 per gallon, regardless of the price of Brent crude oil on the international market. It was capped at $13.95. It did not go beyond that. Under Philip J. Pierre's administration, gas prices, like I said earlier, went up to $17.95 per gallon, highest in the history of this country, despite the price of Brent crude oil dropping to between $70 and $80 US a barrel. And today, it is at $16.50 a gallon. And this is a prime minister and a government that says they want to put you, the people, first. But the actions say something different. Different, brothers and sisters. When the price of crude oil went down on the international market, brothers and sisters, the Alan Shastney administration passed on the savings to you, the consumers. And as a result, that is why under the UWP, the price of electricity was lower. Under the UWP, bus fares was lower. Under the United Workers' Party, the price of bread was lower. Under the United Workers' Party, the cost of manufacturing was lower, brothers and sisters. And as a result, my fellow St. Lucians, the cost of living under the United Workers' Party was much, much lower than it is today. Brothers and sisters, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the business world practically shut down. Every country closed their borders. Aircrafts, ships were all grounded. The cost of moving goods from point A to point B increased exponentially. This caused the price of imports, which includes building supplies, groceries, electronics, hardware, etc., to escalate. But St. Lucia, COVID has ended and the world has returned to normal. But St. Lucia have not returned to normal under this secret lies and propaganda administration. We have not returned to normal. Despite the high prices and the cost of living crisis which they have created, this Prime Minister did not have a conscience, brothers and sisters, and he imposed a further 2.5% health and security levy on the backs of you, the people of St. Lucia. As if it was not enough, we have to give them additional burden by putting another 2.5% on the backs. And he attempted, brothers and sisters, to mislead the nation by trying to tell us, to convince us that the levy would not affect the price of food. What have we seen since then, brothers and sisters? The price of tuna fish has increased. The price of lentils, the price of sausage, butter, oil, flour, KFC, everything on the supermarket shelves have increased. The price, the cost of making a phone call, sending a text message has increased under this government. because they have imposed an additional 2.5% compounded tax on the backs of you, the people of St. Lucia. We need to hold this government, this Prime Minister, accountable. This government, brothers and sisters, has mismanaged the affairs of the country and has its priorities wrong. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of mismanagement of the affairs of the country and wrong priorities which are not in the benefit of you, the people of St. Lucia, but only a selected few. The government, brothers and sisters, have listed 2 of our main cruise ports of Soufrière and Castries, 2 of our most profitable state assets, to a foreign company, GPH. The same foreigners they decried, they vilified in opposition. The same undeserving foreigners, our key national assets of Soufrière and Castries ports, have been leased to them in what I call a lopsided steal. That wasn't a deal, that was a steal. For 30 to 40 years, where the company is going to make $1 billion out of the steal. And we, the people of St. Lucia, we are only going to get $120 million out of this. So do the mathematics, St. Lucia. Does that make sense? Where is the science behind such a deal, such an agreement, brothers and sisters? This $1 billion, brothers and sisters, could have been used to keep the prices of goods and services at an affordable cost to you. This $1 billion could have provided every St. Lucian with free healthcare today. This $1 billion, brothers and sisters, could have sent one child from every household to university, which they are talking about. This $1 billion could have repaired substantially the deplorable state of road infrastructure which we have in this country, causing more harm, causing more pain unto you, the people of St. Lucia. But instead, brothers and sisters, they gifted our $1 billion of our 2 ports, Soufrière and Castries, to a foreign company and a select group of certain ministers, friends, and family in a secret deal. And that is the government that says they're putting you first. But they are literally putting us worst. Another example, brothers and sisters, of this government's mismanagement and misplaced priorities is the CIP. And of course, many of us, in fact, all St. Lucians should be aware of what is going on, the scandal which is going on in CIP. And of course, we have other speakers who are going to go into more detail. But almost $4 billion of our passport sales to a foreign company, Caribbean Galaxy, unaccounted for. But rest assured, brothers and sisters, when Alan Chasney returns as Prime Minister, United Workers' Party returns as the government of the people of St. Lucia, they are going to account for the monies. And we are going to get the monies, wherever it is, and place it in the consolidated fund of the government of St. Lucia. This $4 billion, brothers and sisters, if you have to divide it into 180,000 people, the population of St. Lucia, each and every single man, woman, and child would have gotten over $20,000 in their hands. Wow. Wow. Over $20,000, which they could have used at their own desire. Stolen from them. They could have repaired their homes, they could have built new homes, they could have paid medical expenses, they could have used it on their education, and buy a car, anything. But instead, the Labour Party, the government, the secret lies propaganda administration have given it to a foreign company, and they cannot account for it. Putting you, the people of St. Lucia, worst off, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, it would be remiss of me not to speak of Soufrière. And Soufrière, like every other constituency, is not immune to cost of living crisis. We all in St. Lucia are feeling it. But it is getting worse and worse day by day in Soufrière. And over a month ago, I think it was July 6th, we had Hurricane Beryl, which did quite a lot of destruction, damage to infrastructure in Soufrière. The waterfront, from the jetties, all the way down to the Hummingbird Beach Park. The cemetery, the fisheries complex. And up to a day like today, brothers and sisters, you have boats sitting in the cemetery. You have piles of sand on graves in the cemetery. You could drive down to Soufrière tomorrow and see it. Up to a day like today. That is how they treat, they regard the dead, our elderly, our loved ones. But they're marching for progress. And they have given Galaxy $4 billion. But to a day like today, they cannot remove the boats in the cemetery, they cannot clean the cemetery, and they cannot rebuild the seawall of the cemetery to protect our loved ones who are below the grave, below the ground there. And this is a government that talks about putting you, the people, first. We have the 2 jetties which are out of commission. And they are using part of the small jetty next to the police station, brothers and sisters, which is unsafe. The integrity of the jetty has been undermined by the hurricane. And up to a day like today, we are 3 months away from the opening of the cruise ship season. Up to a day like today, the tour operators, the destination managers, taxi drivers, hotels, the people of Soufrière do not know the status to the repairs of the jetties. Nothing has been done. They have not done any technical assessment. They have not said or done anything. The jetties are just seated there, and we are 3 months away from the reopening of the cruise ship season. And every single person is worried, brothers and sisters. But $4 billion unaccounted for, $1 billion to GPH, but up to a day like today, 6 weeks after a hurricane, GPH have not stepped foot into Soufrière to see the status of the jetties, to start putting the money where the mouth is and get people to work, give people an opportunity. Soufrière is in the same crisis as each and every one, every constituency in this country. And they want to march for progress. The Hummingbird Beach Park, up to a day like today, brothers and sisters, they have not had one meeting with the tenants at Hummingbird Beach Park. They have not done any repairs to the boardwalk at the beach park. All the lights which got damaged, the perimeter lights, the place is in darkness at nights. The tenants have to close by 6:30 because people do not come to the park. People are afraid for their lives. We know this crime situation. We've had incidents at the beach park involving tourists and so on. People are staying away from the beach park at nights from 6:30, creating even more pain, more misery, more suffering for the people of Soufrière, exacerbating the cost of living crisis, brothers and sisters. This government, ladies and gentlemen, Soufriérians, have to go. This government is destroying every sector, the fabric of society. These gentlemen, these ladies, they are clueless. St. Lucia, Soufrière is at a standstill. And we cannot wait for another 2 years of this maladministration of Philip J. Pierre and the Labour Party to take our country back and put it on a path of prosperity again, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, it's been 3 years since this government assumed office, and we have to ask ourselves, are you better off today than you were 3 years ago during the COVID-19 pandemic? Are you better off today, St. Lucians, than you were before the COVID-19 pandemic? And I know each and every one of you will agree to me with a resounding no to those two questions. So, brothers and sisters, it is time to get ready. It is time to get ready to register your no to Philip J. Pierre and this administration in the ballot boxes. That is where we are going to register the no, in the ballot boxes. So tonight, it is a clarion call to all of us Flambeaus, especially those of us who stayed home at the last general elections. Those of us who were misled by the lies and propaganda of the Labour Party. And St. Lucians who are logical, St. Lucians who are patriots. It is a clarion call to join me, join the United Workers' Party on that quest to rescue St. Lucia. If we want to see a country which is going to progress, a country which is going to create opportunities for all, if we want to see good governance, if we want to see the rule of law, if we want our people to be empowered, if we want to see economic prosperity, we have no choice, brothers and sisters, but to vote this Labour Party out and to elect the United Workers' Party under the able hands of Alan Shasley as our next Prime Minister and get St. Lucia going again. I thank you and good night, brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much, Senator Herod Stanislaus. And the way you spoke, I have no doubt in my mind, you will be the next representative for Soufrière. Because in the last 3 years, that is the only voice I've heard representing Soufrière. Apart from making secret deals on private dates, Soufrière has no representation right now. We're going to bring back representation to Soufrière. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take a moment to express condolences with the Chico family. I understand Chico's mom has passed. So, you know, as a brother, we just want to commensurate and express our deepest sympathies. I just want to carry out an exercise here right now. Angus Jeffrey, Ernest William, Troy Albert, Kirtland Augustine, Bernard Joseph, Melchizedek Tixi. Most of you have no idea who I'm talking about. Statistics. That list is, I've not completed the list. That list is 53 long for just 2024 alone. These are young people in this country who have lost their lives to gun violence that our government does not give a hoot about. And I talk about not hearing a peep. You have a minister of crime prevention who does not prevent those things from happening. You have a minister of national security who's your prime minister who told you straight, don't come to him with your issues, he's not a police. You have a minister of home affairs, okay, who couldn't be bothered, okay. All she says to you is that she's entitled for you taxpayers to send her to Martinique when she is sick, because she has contributed in this country. I guess you have not. But when you are sick and you go to your hospital, don't take my word for it. Go to the letter written by the professionals who work at the hospital and you find out what the conditions are there. And they don't give a hoot about it. These are the people who claim that they are putting you first. So if I am to interpret what they're saying, you are the first to die if you step out on the streets. Well, that's the young people. That doesn't mean we are immune, because let me remind you that a 2-year-old and his grandmother were shot. Because you see, there was a time I used to think to myself, well, boy, the criminals killing the criminals, and the government seemed to have adopted the approach that let the criminals kill the criminals, but you and I are not safe. One of the names I mentioned, Melchizedek Stixi. Somebody earlier mentioned his name. A 13-year-old. Okay? He wasn't in no gang. He wasn't liming the streets. He was at his parents' home when gunmen kicked down the door and shot him in his parents' home in the presence of his parents and siblings. How safe are you in this country? If your government cares about you, if your government is putting you first, there should be an outrage. There should be an outcry from your government ensuring that something is done. You have not heard a word. Okay? You have not heard Jeremiah. You certainly will not hear Pip, because he told you he's not a police. I mean, really and truly, our lives does not matter to the extent that not even a comment comes from our government when those egregious, heinous crimes are perpetrated on us. I want to repeat, and I always continue to repeat, one of the primary functions of any government is the safety and protection of its people. But who are they protecting? They're protecting Ernest Hille. So they'll go to court. They'll go to court to ensure that justice is done to protect Ernest Hille. Well, they will have to fly to the States now to go to court to ensure that, that justice is done to protect Ernest Hille. These are the things that we must pay attention to. And when a person shows you who he or she is, believe them. These people do not care about you. They're not interested in you. And they never had a plan to run this country for your benefit. And so, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we see all kinds of corruption. I'm hearing about people handing cookie jars, senators stealing money from Nook and all that kind of thing. I mean, really, haven't we had enough? Don't we go through enough in this country for us to have to deal with all of those? I mean, imagine I don't even talk about those things, because these things, as egregious as they are minor compared to GPH, compared to NH, compared to CIP. You all want more abbreviation still? I don't know, this country has reached a stage where, honestly, if we don't check ourselves, apart from losing our lives, the future, which is our young people, will be gone. And we are seeing them dying like flies, one after the other, with no concern. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I want to bring on our next speaker. And by the way, you know, I noticed that, like I told you, we don't have a government. We have a set of people who were elected and who continue to behave as if they are in opposition. And I noticed they're using government email platforms to send messages, political messages, to public servants. You know, all of that's what government has been reduced to with the St. Lucia Labour Party. You know, but all of that will be a thing of the past when we return decorum and honor to government with the United Workers' Party. I also want to express our deepest, sincerest condolences to the Saint-Amy family. Vincent Saint-Amy was a stalwart from Castries East, is now deceased, and so again, as our people, you know, perish, we don't treat our people as statistics. We know the value of a life, and every life matters in this country to the United Workers' Party. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call on one of the people who will be doing battle for the United Workers' Party, who has proven himself to be competent and to be interested in your well-being. I want to say to the people of ancillary canneries, let not your hearts be broken, because a future is ahead. Despite the fact that you have interrupted your progress and development by bringing on Wayne Girard, whom you do not hear and you do not see. The time is fast approaching when you'll have proper representation once again. And so I want to present you with one of our senators, the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party, and the man who has given ancillary countries the best representation it knows yet. And having spoken to him, I know there's even better representation to come. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dominic Fede, who will address you.
Mama Flambeau, you have been hearing us say that we have potentially lost 1.4 billion US dollars. You've heard us say that. You've heard us say that that 1.4 billion dollars in US would amount to over $3 billion in EC local currency. That's over $1 billion more than the current budget that we just had by this St. Lucia Labour Party. We have been asking questions, but very little answers. We have been asking, where is the money? We continue to ask, where is the money? Are you ready for the battle tonight? Yes. Mama Flambeau, I am not hearing you. Mama Flambeau. Yes. All right, so you know, the Labour Party says that finally they're pulling off their march of shame. Now, I don't know whether we should call it the march of shame or the march of disgrace. But Mama Flambeau, we will show them on September 22nd what a real political movement is like. So let them have their march of shame. Let them go and march for the high crime rate which they are responsible for. Let them march for the high cost of living. Let them march for the corruption. Mama Flambeau, a dark cloud hangs over our country. And our action is required to save St. Lucia from this wicked, uncaring, and thoughtless government. Mama Flambeau, every time the minister of CIP opens his mouth, whether he's speaking to the Chamber of Commerce, whether he's speaking on, what's the name of that talk show again? Can I Hate You? Whether he's speaking to the press, it leaves me with a sense of sadness. It tells me that something is fundamentally wrong with the thinking of this government as it relates to the management of various aspects of our country. Whenever serious questions are asked, the government's favorite line these days is that Alan Chasney and Martinez are so powerful that they are going to burn down all of St. Lucia. That without control of the police, which is in the ambit of the Labour Party, and without the control of all the government ministries, and the control of the Immigration Department, and the control of all of the diplomatic agencies overseas that can talk to all the foreign governments, that Alan Chasney and Martinez will single-handedly destroy St. Lucia. They do that. And I hear somebody say in the crowd they're running scared. That is exactly why they do that. And so they do that, Mama Flambeau, to distract from the very problems that confront them with the CIP. But Mama Flambeau, we have been focused over the past 2 months. We have not shifted from this issue. They put on a big jazz festival. They say, oh, after jazz, the people will forget. But Flambeaus, you all went back on Newspin the same way, the Monday after jazz. And you had one question: where is our money? They put on a big carnival because they say, well, boy, the Flambeaus didn't get distracted by jazz, so let's have a big carnival show. They bring all the foreign artists, they did all those amazing things. And straight after carnival, Flambeaus went back on the talk shows and says, one simple question: where is our money? And so tonight we continue to ask, that question to the government. Where is our money? We will continue to press you. We will continue to ask the questions. We will not get bored with this issue. We will continue to make sure that you answer the question. But Mama Flambeau, the more we press, the more the truth comes out. The more we continue to see the pressure mount on them. And as the pressure mounts, Mama Flambeau, they continue to make mistakes. We continue to see an implosion within their camp. And the latest one was, I see a certain government senator being accused earlier this week for putting her hands in the cookie jar. Now, I have a lot more to say on that, but what is important, and I want to ask this question, is who is the one who leaked the information about that senator who placed her hands in the cookie jar? My information is that a certain heavy rollover rolled over her. Because I was told that the senator had her eyes set on a certain constituency, and because she had her eyes set in a certain constituency, a heavy roller said, well, boy, you're not going to run that constituency before me, I'm going to roll over you. So I want them to come out and clarify who put out the information that somehow this lady was released. And you know whose ministry the NERC comes under. You have to be careful. The NERC stands for the National Utilities Regulatory Commission. So who is the Minister of Utilities? I leave that for you to answer, Mama Flambeau. But there are a lot of people who will be rolled over in the next few weeks. But Mama Flambeau, come back to the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is the state of our CIP. And this week we saw more foolishness as the Minister for CIP went to meet with the Chamber of Commerce. And you know, when he think he can go there and lie, we had our courageous political leader who went not in his capacity as a political leader, but he went as a member of the chamber in his capacity as a businessman. And he said, look, Ernest, if you think you will lie here today, I will not allow you to get away with it. And so Ernest thought that he was coming to the crowd and he was going to tell all these stories to, you know, the president of the chamber and all those people who were there and to cast wool over their eyes. But when he looked in the crowd and he saw a certain Chasney, he said, boy, he started shaking his boots. And so the only line he could repeat constantly throughout his presentation is that somehow Chasney, who is not in control of the police, who is not in control of the government ministries, will join with this man called Martinez, and they are going to destroy St. Lucia. I have never heard such nonsense in all of my political life. But you know, Mama Flambeau, when a man is guilty of a crime, you know, when a child is guilty of a crime, you can look at her body language. You can look at the foolishness that she would utter. You would look at her eyes. You could look at how she's defensive. And I cannot say, because I do not have the evidence, that Ernest is a guilty man. But Ernest is surely behaving like a guilty man. So you go to the chamber. You had an opportunity to say to the people what this whole issue is about, to settle the anxiety. There were business people in that room who were concerned about our banking relationships. And rightly so, because they looked across the ocean and they saw that Dominica had lost banking relationships with Bank of America as it relates to the CIP program. But instead of dealing with that, Ernest was more concerned about Alan Chasney being in the room. So he says this at the meeting. He said, that money from the real estate component of our CIP program, never mind that the real estate developer is selling our passports, never mind that it is our asset and it is our money, he says that money from the real estate does not belong to the government, but he says that that belongs to the developer. Mama Flambeau, your passport, your reputation, your national symbol, and a minister that some of the people of this country voted to preserve the various institutions of our government, of our democracy, is going to tell us that the money belongs to the investor? Mama Flambeau, I don't know about you, but I have a problem with that. If a minister speaks like that, I believe that minister should resign. I believe that that minister should lose his job. I believe that that minister does not understand what it is to manage and to govern a country. So while the law says that a developer may use funds from the CIP project to develop a specific project by selling passports in the marketplace, it doesn't take away the responsibility of the government to govern. And so the government, who has signed an escrow agreement with Galaxy, should know at every time how much money is on the escrow account. The government should know how much money was each file or each family application were sold to the developer for. Was it above the legal price? And was it in keeping with the laws of St. Lucia? And does it, by doing so, then the minister and the government can be assured of the fact that no international bank will have any concerns about fraud and about money laundering concerning the sale of St. Lucian CIP passports. That's the responsibility of the minister. And so I am like a lot of people who heard this and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Couldn't believe, couldn't understand what they were hearing. But you know, this raises a very fundamental question as we go forward with the CIP, regardless of which administration is in power. I can tell you that our political leader always had a reservation about the real estate program in the CIP. I can tell you that, Mama Flambeau, and with good reason. He had a reservation because Alan Chasney had the acumen and the skill to understand that it is bad business that you are using your passport and then the money is going to someone else to build a hotel, and at the end of the day, that person's owned the hotel and not the state. And so when when we came into government, we met one of the first CIP projects. So imagine that cabinet wasn't meeting. Imagine all the ministers were in campaign. Imagine while Spider was there trying to get back the Grizzly's seat, and Emma and all of them were campaigning against him. There was no government in power, in installation. But they left the campaign and went and signed this agreement with Range Development. And in the agreement, I'll give you two things that struck me about that development. 40% of the staff could have come from foreign workers. 40% of the staff, according to the Range Development, and if Ernest and the Labour Party pushes me, I will make the development agreement public. 40% of the workers for the development during the operations of the hotel, that's after it's constructed, can come from work permits and can come from foreign workers. That is what they have done. So you see, the St. Lucia Labour Party has a habit of selling this country out. And so it doesn't strike Ernest as strange or as ridiculous for him to see that if someone wants to construct a hotel, and the cost of the hotel, in fact, I have a copy here of the Prime Minister's last budget speech. And he said that the cost was 1 billion EC dollars. Now, we believe that that's way high, but we'll just call the bluff and go with what they say. It's 1 billion EC dollars. How comes that you then are going to sell 6,000 applications, which could potentially be 24,000 passports, at a minimum cost of 1.2 billion US dollars? How come only a government that doesn't understand business would give the developer 835 million dollars more worth in the revenue that they need to develop the project? And I'm sorry for using so many numbers, but that is 3 times more the cost of the project that they said in his own budget speech. Philip said it. Okay? He said the projects at Canals, that project is going to now have rooms and residencies. And he said that they are going to be branded by Dreams and by Zurich. 2 brands that we put them in touch with in Philadelphia in the US. And then he went on to say that the cost is going to be 1 billion EC dollars, which is just under 400 million US dollars. But yet, he doesn't find it strange to give a foreign company 3 times more the amount of passports. Mamai Flambeau, when you see these bad deals, when people sell you out like that, you have to ask, who is getting paid where? You have to ask, who is getting paid where? Who is getting a kickback for such a ridiculous deal? Who is getting paid to sell out the people of St. Lucia and our country to such levels of unprecedented shock and horror? It is unimaginable, Mama Flambeau, that somebody would construct such a bad business deal. It is unimaginable that men who call themselves bright would preside over such a ridiculous deal. And so that's why this whole thing is ridiculous. But back to Alan Shastney and Range. When Range recognized that the government had changed, it was a different ballgame. Instead of selling our passports, Alan Shastney said, look, you go out there, you raise the money, raise the donation component, put that money into the consolidated fund, and I, who owns the money, will lend you the money. That's business, Mama Flambeau. That's business. That's business. That's how you protect your country. That's how you run a country. And so Hilaire can jump high, jump low. We are ready to have the debate on Range anytime the minister and the government believes that they want to have that debate. So stop putting innuendos out there. We're not afraid. We're very proud of how we treated Range. We're very proud of what Range has done. Range had raised in excess of 20 million US dollars. And we can give account for all the money that Range had raised. But, of course, we had no legal framework. And we were in construction of the National Economic Fund. And Range became impatient. And Range decided, well, we were taking too long. And we decided to go our separate ways. But what I want to say to the people of St. Lucia, and want to say to the minister, any day, anytime, let's have a debate. And we're very happy to have a debate about the ridiculous deal you signed with Range. Then he goes on to say this, if we haven't heard anything more ridiculous. It says that underselling in the marketplace is like someone buying an apartment and getting a commission. I mean, someone breaks the law. Someone breaks the law of your country. You are a lawmaker. You went to parliament. it was under a Labour government that the CIP legislation was constructed. And then you have this to say about that law, that underselling is no problem, that you have sent out memos. Instead of dealing with this problem legally, instead of revoking somebody's license, instead of saying that you are suspended from selling our program, because you're not just jeopardizing the program itself, you're jeopardizing the passport, you're jeopardizing the visa-free access to St. Lucians, you're jeopardizing our banking relationships, you're jeopardizing, most importantly, the reputation of every single St. Lucian national when they travel abroad and they carry that sign of a national symbol, that passport, that identify all of us from being from this special place. The SLP administration is ruining all of that for us, St. Lucia. And we must take a stand. We must take a stand. So underselling, they say, it's like two friends sharing a commission, is what the minister told the Chamber of Commerce. But the only problem is, he used an analogy to say that the commission could be either 10 or 20%, and that the government do not get involved in what level of commission that the agents agree among themselves. However, the minister knows very well that there is evidence to show that the underselling took place by as much as 50% lower than the statutory price. How can there be a 50% commission? Now, we are not stupid in St. Lucia. We are not stupid. And I wish the chamber had given the leader of the opposition more time to demorty Ernest, to call out his lie. Because Ernest is a liar. And I will call him a liar in public forum. Because all he has done in this CIP issue is to tell lies. He knows very well that not a single passport was sold under the DSH program. But yet, to confuse people, he says, oh, we cannot find the escrow account for DSH. Of course you can't find the escrow account for DSH, because we never got to that stage with the DSH program. Stop blowing smoke. Come out and level with the people. The fundamental issue is that you need to answer us. Right? Because the last time we asked you, you told us that you were waiting on Galaxy for permission. We want to ask you now, do you have the permission from Galaxy to give us our own information about our own passport? This is how ridiculous that is. Do you have permission from Galaxy to tell us how many passports you allocated for the hotel being built in canals? That's the fundamental question. That's the fundamental question. Nobody cares whether Martinez is a bad guy or... No. Martinez is accusing you and your government of a number of things. Fraud. Of money laundering. Of cahoots. Of colluding to allow a Chinese developer to undersell St. Lucian passports. That's the accusation. You need to answer those questions. Those questions that are filed in the RICO lawsuit. So someone needs to come. If the minister wouldn't do it, then what we need is for the Prime Minister to do it. But I'm hearing that as it relates to the Prime Minister, Martinez says that he has a bombshell to drop this week. And so while they are busy organizing the March of Shame, you have to ask yourself whether they're trying to drown out Martinez's bombshell. But I hear that this bombshell is going to be so big that no March of Shame will be able to drown out what is this bombshell. So we want to know now, and we wait and we await the announcement by Martinez as we unravel more of the dark, shady information regarding our CIP program. Mama Flambeau, it is with a heavy heart that I speak on these issues. It's a heavy heart that I come to you and say that our country, hanging over it is a dark cloud. that our country is in trouble. That if we don't step up, we might not have a St. Lucia to govern when we win the next election. And this is how serious this has become. Because the more you listen to the administration, I mean, they say this terrible word about who wants to kill a rat, to burn down the house to kill a rat. I can't even say stuff like that. But who wants to kill a cockroach and all that stuff. Could you imagine a prime minister speaking like that? But this is how ridiculous we've gone. We've had some outstanding men representing us that I could just think of how Sir John would have handled himself over this issue, how he would have launched an investigation, how he would have ensured that he got all of the evidence, how Alan Shastay would have handled the scandal to make sure that, hey, he admit if there was any fault, to level with the people, to give them the truth at every step of the way, to give St. Lucians the information. But you have a prime minister who says, I'm saying nothing more about the CIP program. But I await the bombshell, because the bombshell, I know, is going to cause a lot of people to run. Now, the minister also said this, that not one passport was processed in the infrastructure program, but failed to say how many has been allocated. He said not one has been processed. And so the people of the chamber, and unlike a lot of people, are still trying to work their way around the CIP program. And I know that there's still a lot of confusion, because there's a lot of information to unravel, to get your head around, so many numbers being tossed around, so many terms, files, applications, allocations. Mama Flambeau, don't allow them to confuse you. The very simple question is, there is a RICO case where a developer from another country claimed that you have disadvantaged him by giving a Chinese investor an advantage. And so we want to know, he's claiming that the CIP CEO went to Washington and told him that there were some 7,000 files for the infrastructure and some 6,000 files for the real estate. That's 13,000 applications by 4 in each application, which could potentially be 52,000 applications. That's the number. Now, somebody told me yesterday that already they're seeing some funny names on the voters list. They said there's a Ching Ching somewhere in Castries North and a Ying Chong somewhere in Grosley. So, Mama Flambeau, we have to keep our eyes. Those of you who are on constituency branches, make sure that you comb those voters lists and look for those funny names. Because once these people are living here for 6 months, they can actually go and vote. So, Mama Flambeau, be careful. The Labour Party will do anything to try to steal this election away from you. Be watchful, be vigilant, and make sure that you cross every I and dot every T. So Mama Flambeau, the infrastructure program, we still want to know from the minister, the 100 million that you said in your speech that they were going to give. Have you received the money? Has Stevenson King received the money to do infrastructure works in St. Lucia? My information is that Stevenson King has more questions than answers himself about the money. And so maybe Stevenson King can come out and tell us whether Galaxy has given him the 100 million US that his colleague, the CIP minister, said that they were going to put up front. But my information is that both Stevenson King and Ernest are looking for Galaxy. Nobody can find Galaxy. So we want to know, where is the money? You see, these are not Martinez's words, you know. Ernest is the one, or Hilaire is the one who said that there's going to be 100 million US dollars. So have you received the money? Has Galaxy given you the money? Are you still getting the money? Can you find Galaxy to give you the money? When was the last time you spoke to Galaxy? All of these questions still exist about the CIP program. And every time I talk about it, it gives me a headache because it tells me that this is a complete mess that we are currently faced with in our country. And the government needs to come clean, answer the questions, and stop blaming Martinez and the opposition. All we want to know is whether or not you have given the money. So we want to know, where is the money? Where is the money? So Mama Flambeau, if they're not going to answer us, we're going to stop asking and we're going to take action. We're going to get ready, Mama Flambeau, and we're going to press them and put pressure on them so that they have to go to elections. Yeah? Mama Flambeau, get ready for the battle ahead. Get ready to take your country back, Mama Flambeau. Get ready, Mama Flambeau, to govern again and restore the pride in our beloved St. Lucia under a visionary leader, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney, to save St. Lucia from its perilous times. I thank you, Mama Flambeau.
Thank you very much, Senator Dominic Fede, Deputy Political Leader of the United Workers' Party. And Dominic told you about this scandal that is going on. We have a scandalous government embroiled in all kinds of scandal, the most scandals that we have ever heard about. I even heard Dominic talk about the newest scandal, and I'm hoping that the minister responsible will come out, because they always have nothing to say, but they have forgotten that they owe it to us as our servants to account to us. And so if I'm hearing that there is a scandal in the NUC, the minister responsible for the NUC is Honorable Stephenson King, and he has to come out and let us know what exactly the situation is. Has the chairperson been replaced, and why? Okay, and the CEO, sorry, been replaced, and why? And if what we are hearing is true, we would like that individual removed from our parliament forthwith. You cannot be a senator and be embroiled in this kind of dishonest behavior. And so let us ensure that we start forcing them to bring back some honor and integrity to government. And but by the way, talking about that, you know, a snake is a snake. Huh? And if the story that I'm hearing is true, I am not surprised. You cannot want to replace the man as a candidate and think that he'll not find a way to sting you. Well, more scandals unfolding, and as time goes by, you'll be hearing more and more. From Grosley in the north to Vieux in the south, you will be hearing more and more scandals. And talking about Grosley, you know, in Soufrière, Herod said that up to now, there are boats in the cemetery. I mean, I have a business right on the beach in Grosley, and I remember, I mean, normally we do get sargassum, seaweed on that side there, and all the debris and the seaweed and everything that came up there. We had a stench there and so on. And guess what? The people of Grosley had to clean it up themselves. That is the kind of government that you have in place. And I want to remind you that back in the day when you had good government, the day after, the morning after, as soon as the winds and the rains subside, the cleanup activity would begin with the effort of your government, the United Workers' Party. These are the things we want to bring back to our country so that we can have a semblance of good governance and to bring back development and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call on our final speaker for this evening. But before I do, let me just say how pleased I am to see you continuing to support the United Workers' Party, continuing to fight for your country, taking a stand to bring back a measure of, you know, respect and dignity and honor to your country. I want to thank those of you who are following us online, and I want to say to you that your concern, especially in the diaspora, about what is going on in your country is commendable. So, ladies and gentlemen, talking about bringing good governance, talking about bringing back integrity, talking about bringing back prosperity, talking about bringing back a good standard of living, you need a team that can do so. And if any team has to function properly, you need a proper captain. So, ladies and gentlemen, we saw. Now, I am no longer in the business of trust. I am no longer in the business of taking anything for granted. You have to prove yourself to me for you to earn my confidence. So this election, I am going to be a voter, just like many of you. And I want to tell you what my position is. You have to, first of all, present your plan. Present your record. That is your record of performance. I will compare, I will contrast, and then I will choose. I have started the process, and I have seen a clear-cut decision already. Now, when I look at the past 3 years, now in 3 years, that is enough time for any government to prove themselves. At least you ought to see by then what direction they're heading. Of course, I have seen the direction of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Scandal, corruption, bauble, that is what they are about. I watched the United Workers' Party, who in effect had 3 years as well, because COVID took away 2 years. In those 3 years, I saw the performance of the government. Okay, the way they were able to improve our standard of living, the way they were able to reduce unemployment, and as if that wasn't enough, we were hit by that pandemic called COVID-19. And I saw how the United Workers' Party government handled COVID-19. Even after we had put everything in place and we demonstrated to the world one of the best handling of COVID-19, we had a change of government, and they came in and they show you the disaster that can result from poor handling of COVID. I want to remind you again that there were just about 80 people who had lost their lives under the UWP administration during COVID-19, despite the fact that it was a brand new pandemic that we had never experienced, never heard of. We were able to devise means and ways of controlling it, saving lives and livelihood. But as soon as the Labour Party came in, I want to remind you again, and stop thinking of St. Lucian lives as statistics. Over 400 St. Lucians lost their lives. If that is not enough to demonstrate to you the difference between the two governments, I want to say to you, when you are going to make a decision, I know leadership is of paramount importance. You have an option, and I'm going to say it like it is, to choose between a mumu and a visionary. Okay? Well, you can laugh if you like. I mean, if you ask me a question, I cannot answer. I never have an answer for any questions. And even mumus doesn't make sounds. You know, not a peep coming from you. But we will deal with that. Right now, we are making the decision to choose a visionary over a man who only engages in division. Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope in this country. I want to remind you that the United Workers' Party has always come to the rescue, and we stand ready to come to the rescue once again. We have proven that we have done it, and what we have done, we can do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to present to you the captain of the team that will rescue St. Lucia, the man that the St. Lucia Labour Party is obsessed with and fearful of. I want to present the representative for Miku South, the leader of the opposition, the leader of the United Workers' Party, and above all, most of all, more importantly of all, the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Alan Michael Castries.
History is repeating itself. When Labour could not take the pressure in the first year of Sky FM, what they did? They killed it. They told it to shut up. They killed it. And we said nothing. A minister gets elected and says he's going to use his power to seek revenge on people because now is his turn. We said nothing. Now that same minister this weekend says that he wants to sue Philip Martinez, knock himself out. But when he now wants to sue the media of St. Lucia for bringing us an opposing view of what is going on to inform ourselves, you want to take them to court? You want to shut them down? Are we now going to say nothing?
Good evening, everyone. I want to start, that voice. Great to be here all with you tonight, and I know that there are several people outside enjoying the Flambeau live watch. And I know that in meeting some of the chairpersons, that this is something that we're going to look to try to start in all of our constituencies, that we can share this message with all our people, but more importantly, that we can come together as a family every Sunday in our different constituencies, have a little barbecue, maybe have some bingo or some fundraisers, and then sit down and enjoy Flambeau Live, or Sunday Live as we're calling it. Yeah? I was very fortunate and very excited this afternoon. Before coming here, I was in my constituency going to the award ceremony of, I don't know if this is the 7th or 8th summer camp that we have done with the T. Rocher Football Club. And this year we had over 100 kids participating in the program. And the message that you saw me, I think there were some pictures that were going around with me with the kids. And the message that I was saying to the kids is, if you want to be a champion, the first thing you must do, you must believe that you can be a champion. It's not good enough just saying, I want to be a champion. In your heart, you must believe that you are going to be a champion. And the reason for that is because the pathway to become a champion is difficult. If it was easy, every single person would be an Olympic gold medal winner. Everybody would be the MVP of different leagues around the world. Everybody would be making phenomenal income playing sports, or being successful business people, or being a successful father and mother. Because champions don't just apply to sports. Being a champion is about every day being a champion in whatever field you choose to do. So you see, I can say I want to be a champion, but the next step is you must decide what you want to be a champion at, and you must believe in yourself that you can do that. Why is that necessary? Because to succeed, you need to practice. And practice is not easy. So it means that every day that you go to practice, you must practice like a champion. And you don't get to turn it on and off like a light switch. If you want to be a champion at anything, it is 24/7, 365 days a year. Even when you're sleeping, you're supposed to be dreaming about being a champion. And no matter how difficult it is, champions never make excuses. You never hear a person who's being a champion making an excuse about how difficult his pathway or her pathway was. What you hear them say is, first of all, they give thanks to the Lord. That's the first praise. The second thing is that they had the strength to overcome the obstacles. They don't complain because they decided they wanted to be a champion, and those obstacles were just barriers. They were walls. They were doors to prevent them from being what they knew they had to be. That's the message to the young people. I also said to the young kids there today, and the attitude that I saw amongst many of them, that I expect very soon that they are going to be standing at a podium receiving a gold medal. And that's why one of the things we did is we practiced. You know what we practiced? We practiced singing the St. Lucia national anthem. Because when you stand on that podium to get your gold medal, in whatever sport it is, what do? They raise your flag and sing your national anthem. So if you're going to be a champion, it means you know that you're going to be on that podium. So start practicing from now. And I want you to think of you being in front of a camera and the whole world is looking at you, watching your flag being raised. And I'm asking all St. Lucians to now try, because I've been here for a long time and I've gone to many different events. You can imagine as Prime Minister and as leader of the opposition how many events I've gone to. We don't sing our national anthem. We stand quietly. Let's be proud to be St. Lucian. Let's show the world that we're proud. And I want all of us tonight, all St. Lucians, that when we go to sing our national anthem, think of being a champion. Envision yourself being on that podium and your flags being raised, and how you want the world to see you. Proud and loud. Yeah. Proud and loud. I also want to congratulate the women under 15 girls football team for coming second in the CONCACAF tournament. And what's particularly inspiring about their win is they didn't start off so good, but they ended great. And at one point they were up 1 goal on Aruba, and sadly they lost 2-1. But I really want to say congratulations to them for an amazing, amazing job. I know that the star of the game was Miss Anne Manuel, who comes from Soufrière. But it would be remiss of me not to take the opportunity to boast and brag a little bit about the women that come from my constituency. There was 5 of them that participated on the under 15 team, and that's Ivana Marshall, Alisa Flavius, Hala Samuel, Kyla Lino, and Nolisa Fedrick. And I can tell you, from the time that we've put down that AstroTurf in Deriso and also in Marcia, the number of young women I see participating in the sport really is very refreshing. And I think, when I asked some of the girls, why is that? And I said, boy, Mrs. Chastney, with the stones and everything else before, they kind of, I think it was Guizi that I used to get. Was it Guizi? Guizi. The kind of Guizi that I used to get there, boy. So they don't get that as anymore, and many, many more of them are participating. And then when they go to play internationally, having practice on an AstroTurf field, I think gives them a significant advantage. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's their vision of being a champion, it's them believing that they can be a champion, and it's the hard work that they put in every day by being a champion that is going to make them succeed. And I can say this to all of us here today, that it won't be long until we have a world-class football team that we can celebrate the same way that we celebrated under Julian Alpha. There's a lot of things for us to talk about in our country. We see, sadly, what's taking place with GPH, and what makes it even worse now is that the government decided to sell our port revenue $440 million over the next 40 years or more that we've given to them. Okay? Nobody can understand what we've gotten in return, why the government has done this, and there's been absolutely no explanation. Remember, kill it, don't go there. It's a secret, not your business, right? And leave it to the science, right? So we don't get any answers on any of these things. But what has happened is that GPH now has become a private company. And we only found that out by a press statement, and the only thing that we saw from our government was an SI, a statutory instrument that came out a week ago that gave them, waived the stamp duty on the transfer of shares from it being from a public company to a private company. No explanation, no nothing. That's how it rolls these days, right? We just have a government that really believes that they're running a dictatorship. They honestly believe, I think this 15-2 believes that the majority that they have in the House gives them the right to avoid any democratic obligations in our country. And that's very, very clear over the last 3 years. But it means now that this private company, all the money goes to them. At least before, when it was a public company, they were obligated by the stock exchange to publish all of their figures. Now, nothing. Now, the article in their statement, I should have brought it with me, I apologize, actually uses the word, the reason why we're doing this is because we have secrets that we have that we don't want to reveal to the public. I mean, is that so brazen? That this is happening in St. Lucia? And understand the implications of that. It means that all the money goes to them. They can spend it wherever they want to. They can do whatever they want to. And we don't know. They can hire whoever they want in St. Lucia. Well, in fact, we know that they've hired whoever they wanted in St. Lucia. While the persons maybe have some qualifications, was it put out fairly? Was every young person in this country given an opportunity to apply for that job, to be the CEO? Can you take a person, just imagine this, I want you to think of this for a moment, that when SLASPA was negotiating with GPH, sitting down every day, whatever, if that, I don't know how long it took, the person that was representing the government of St. Lucia at that meeting, in negotiating with GPH, after the deal was signed the same week, he became the employee of GPH. Should we be worried? Did he negotiate a job for himself before he even signed the deal? Anywhere in the world, that contract would be canceled. Of course, a conflict of interest. It would be canceled. But we don't somehow think that this is serious enough. Are we not genuinely understanding and appreciating the damage that has been done to St. Lucia? Halls of justice. Do you want to build a building taller than the cathedral? You want a pile and you're going to tell all of us that it's not going to have any impact on the cathedral or any of the buildings surrounding the CDC in town. You want to build a building that's going to be bigger than the Daher Mall, 1 floor higher than the Daher Mall in Constitution Park. And then you're going to turn around and pay the contractor, no bid, you're going to pay the contractor 3 times the price of what it costs to build a building in St. Lucia. And then you're going to let him find the financing for it. And to see how ludicrous this is, that we're going to turn around, because it's taxpayers who are paying for it, guys. The money is to pay back in rent, $16 a square foot. The highest rent I know of in St. Lucia is $8. So the rent is going to be twice as high to pay off all of these people. And we say, we don't think that that's going to have an impact on the services in St. Lucia? You don't think it's going to have an impact on all of us and the legacy that it's going to leave? I think it's going to scar the face of Castries, which is in dismal shape already. But it's horrible what is going on with the project. NLA, Spider spoke a little bit about it, and I see a lot of young people here tonight. The young people of this country should be outraged that $800,000 a month is going to be taken from the NLA for the next 15 years to pay back the loan. $800,000 a month for 15 years. That's over $10 million a year is going to be paid back to the loan. That's $10 million a year that's not going to sponsor scholarships. That's $10 million a year that's not going to be used to support clubs and support the next Julian Alfreds and the next under 15 girls football teams. That's a lot of money. And the question is, where's the $80 million? Can the young people tell me that they use the $80 million to improve your life? All of a sudden, we're being told that Darren Sammy is the success he is today because of the investment they made in the Darren Sammy Stadium. That makes any sense to you? On the eve of Julian Alfred winning, you cannot even certify a brand new track has been built in Soufriere. The only thing you've certified it for is FETS. That's it. And you're damaging the facility? You always speak about being the best. It is a world-class field. So you have a track and a football field, which are our primary sports. You have a major swimming tournament taking place here. Why can't we see more 25-meter pools all throughout the length and the breadth of St. Lucia? We wanted to put one in Vieux Fort. We wanted to put one in Micoud. We wanted to put one in Soufriere. We wanted to put together a major facility in Roseau. Not in Roseau, in Cul-de-Sac. If we want to be champions, then we have to have a country and a government that every day believe that we can be champions and act like we are champions. We are not acting and doing the things that we need to do to be champions in this country. St. Jude's. You know, a government that, when they were in opposition, a government that had no shame because for 5 years, all they did was spend money at St. Jude's. $130 million. And they couldn't show any progress. And certainly you don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be an engineer to have gone to St. Jude's and to look at it and say, something don't make sense. Okay? The emergency area, triage room, was 400 square feet. So the ambulance would come and they had a little porte cachet that the whole ambulance couldn't even fit under the porte cachet. The size of the door to go in just there. I mean, I'm talking about this is just the entrance. And those kinds of mistakes were repeated right throughout the building. So you have a government that says, okay, you know what? As difficult as it is, let us build a brand new hospital. And let's not forget, both Kenny Anthony and Stevenson King have admitted that they were only going to do St. Jude's as temporary, but we were going to build a brand new hospital. They couldn't even open it as a temporary place. Far less, now you want to go and make it your hospital. That you have now over 300 Indian workers, and the person who is the contractor would be so insulting and so disrespectful to us that his rebut to us is to say, I have 300 jobs in the Grenadines, send me some names. And as I said last week, I have a better idea. Take the 300 Indians, send them to the Grenadines, and give the solutions the 300 jobs here. But more importantly, stop, wear big man pants, and to recognize that what you all are doing at the old St. Jude's, it makes no sense. As I said to you, when you see a situation where dogs and goats are going through a building, it tells you that the staff and everybody at St. Jude's, at the stadium now, have reached fatigue. They're burnt out. And how do I know that that's true? Because of the letter that was written by the St. Lucia Medical and Dental Association. All right? And the letter says, it was written on July 31st. It says, it is to be noted that these issues are not new, and you've been made aware of them. But the situation has been allowed to deteriorate to such an extent, it is simply untenable at this point. It goes on. With this being contextualized, how then can the hospital function or we adequately do what we were trained to do? Saving lives without basic resources. How are we to manage diabetes and its complications? Are you aware that the physicians have had to bring in their own supplies to ensure that patients with diabetic or life-threatening complications of diabetes are monitored and managed? How are physicians expected to make critical life and death decisions in a patient with presumed heart attack without basic things like ECGs? Whether it's due to the lack of ECG paper or not enough functioning ECG machines. How does that affect us? That affects us when you, as a mother, bring your 3-year-old child to the hospital because you can see something is wrong with your child. And you sit in the waiting room with your child on your lap to eventually where your child dies and nobody saw your child. I have to say that after the heartache and the sorrow of losing your child happens, I cannot imagine the anger and the frustration that you must have. Can we all put ourselves in that position? But what makes it worse is the doctors are saying, let me repeat, it is to be noted that these issues are not new, and you have been made aware of them. But the situation has been allowed to deteriorate to such an extent that it's simply untenable at this time. That's what they were warning about. That's what they were saying to you all along. And what's your answer? I'm not going to fight with doctors and nurses. You're not going to find me. You think I'm stupid? I'm not going to fight with doctors and nurses. And I'm going to have a meeting and I'm going to solve the problem. Because this is not the first time that the doctors have said that. But the doctors in this letter said it very clearly. How do you justify the money spent on expensive billboards all over the hospital? New vehicles, but the current lack of drugs including but not limited to Panadol, ibuprofen, omeprazole, Dilatin, antibiotics, lack of equipment, shortages of lab supplies, anesthetics, and the list goes on. What alternate universe are we existing in that the priorities are this skewed? There's a lot more that can be said, but as mentioned before, you are well aware of the issues. We strongly urge, for the sake of the people of St. Lucia, those of you who truly understand that this call to service is about, to get your act together and start running the hospital as a hospital and should run or allow the team which is up to task to do so. The citizens of St. Lucia deserve better. The current conditions are unacceptably dangerous, and inevitably will end to undesirable outcomes, like a 3-year-old dying in his mother's arms, waiting for somebody to attend them. We hear wrenching words, and I quote, "I prefer to go home and die than go to OKEU." How can we sleep knowing that this is the plight of our people? Equitable, accessible, and affordable health care is a fundamental human right to which every citizen of St. Lucia is entitled. The current situation on the ground at OKEU cannot be allowed to continue. We demand better. St. Lucia demands and deserves better. We will not continue to stand by and make do with what is available. Only then be publicly maligned by some of your own members when outcomes are less than favorable. And look what happened. She wrote that letter speaking not about her or her family, wrote a letter about us. And what she wrote about is coming to pass right before our very eyes, for those who did not know it already. And in typical labor fashion, they want to show a picture of her jumping carnival as if to suggest that speaks to her integrity. Are we going to remain silent? No. Are we going to allow the doctors of St. Lucia's word and their warning to us to go in silence? We're going to allow ourselves to be politicized by what is happening in St. Lucia to the extent it's to our detriment? The situation at OKEU is a disaster. The senior people are leaving. My understanding is the head of OKEU is going to be leaving. Doctors have left. Nurses have left. And the person who was causing the problem before the elections, who was leading the march to say what we were doing to bring healthcare insurance was wrong, who was leading the march that we tried to professionalize OKEU, who was leading the march to prevent what we were doing at St. Jude's, and I speak of Dr. Stanley, is a single hurricane taking place in our healthcare, and nobody wants to call her name. I call her name out today. And so, when the doctors say to you, we strongly urge, for the sake of the people of St. Lucia, those of you who truly understand what this call to service is about, to get your act together and start running the hospital as a hospital should be run, or allow a team which is up to the task to do so. Dr. Stanley, for the sake of all of St. Lucians, do the honorable thing. Resign. Your entire board, resign. And I'm not even going to yell. I'm not going to be emotional, okay? All of the evidence is there that this lady is about her and doing it her way. And she believes that she's running her hospital. And she forgets to run that she's running the people's hospital. And she must go. I started to speak, and I want to continue with some of the things that were said here today, and maybe take them in a bit of a different direction. But I want to start off with what I read. And I said, a con artist. And I said to you that I had a fight with my father, because he said to me a particular person was a thief, and I said, no, Dad, the person is a con artist. And he said to me, but Alan, a thief and a con artist are the same, right? And I I said, no. You see, if you catch a thief, you take him to court and everything else, eventually a thief is going to admit that he was a thief. He may tell you that I didn't have money at home. He may tell you a whole bunch of reasons why he's a thief, but he's going to admit that he is a thief. A con artist will more convince you that you don't know that the thing was actually stolen, and did you really know it was stolen? Was it really there to begin with? Okay? And by the end of the thing, maybe you are starting to second guess yourself, or maybe I must have forgotten the thing somewhere else. Okay? So the actual definition of a con artist is a person who treats or tricks others by persuading them to believe something that is not true. A person who cheats or tricks others by persuading them to believe something that is not true. Okay? That's the definition of a con artist. And I say that because let us speak about two specific people in St. Lucia who have a long history, who have convinced everybody, have attempted to convince everybody in St. Lucia that they don't know what they're talking about. And anytime you try to point a finger on them, it's always somebody else's fault. Okay? They never take responsibility for anything. They'll always give you some explanation as to why this thing happened, right? And the more times that they do that, the more traps they fall for themselves. Because there's sayings in life because they repeat themselves. There's a saying that is say, if you say one lie, you must say, 1,000. Right? That is the art of a con artist. I mean, and you immediately meet some con artists where they're talking to you, and all of a sudden, they say a lie, you put it on your face that they've said a lie, they realize that you recognize the lie, and they change the story in the same sentence. They're not even waiting to finish the sentence for you to tell them they were a liar. Okay? And we watch some people on shows that sit... So, this is very important. And I want to say this too, because again, I'm seeing some young people here. When were you born? 2000? Okay. So the event I'm going to tell you about, he said he was born in 2003, which is like a lot of young kids, right, today, and that are coming of age and now starting to think. So I'm going to describe to you something that took place in 2005. So you were 2 years old, right? You probably would have not heard it. Maybe you're going to hear it for the first time tonight. There was a situation that took place where this guy got access to all of the U.S. Confidential documents. He was just released in Australia, okay? WikiLeaks. And so the story is that he was able to tap into the U.S. Database and extracted millions of files. And they went around persecuting him to arrest him because they said that he committed treason, okay? Whereas he said no, what he was doing, his right to publish the information as a journalist. And this is the battle that went on and on for many, many years. Very, very important to understand and to really grapple with that, because there is a fine line between somebody who is giving out information that's secret information, yes, and that the person would be treasonous, versus if it's something that is going to be damaging the public and the things the public should know, where's the right to know public information. So this is a WikiLeaks, one of the WikiLeaks stories that came out. So it was a communication between the ambassador in Barbados to the State Department in the United States of America. And it says that the by-election held on March 13th to fill a vacant seat in the St. Lucia Parliament, that's March 13th, 2005, was won by an individual suspected of drug trafficking. Richard Frederick, who ran for the seat as an independent, is currently under investigation by the U.S. and St. Lucia law enforcement authorities for involvement in trafficking operations that uses St. Lucia as a transshipment point for Colombian cocaine. Now, I want to say it says that is currently under investigation. That's a fact. That's not speculation as to whether he may be. It's saying that he is under investigation for money laundering and drugs. Here's the interesting part, and this is really very important to all of us today, because we don't want to have history repeat itself. It says, how much is publicly known in St. Lucia about these allegations against Frederick is unclear at the time. Election result would boost the prospects of the opposition United Workers' Party in the upcoming national elections by demonstrating that a candidate can defeat the better organized and funded ruling St. Lucia Labour Party. Some observers have taken the fact, however, that the UWP failed to run a candidate in the by-election as an indication of disarray within the party. It remains to be seen whether Richard Frederick will formally join the opposition in Parliament or if the allegations against him will complicate matters in the next general election. So if you remember, Richard ran as an independent. And many people, including the US government at the time, believed that the reason why United Workers' Party did not run somebody is because the party was disorganized. And they couldn't find somebody to run for them. Okay? And they were still speculating as to, as he won for the opposition or independently, what would happen, because the general election was going to be very soon. How much is known about Frederick? Sorry. The winner of St. Lucia's March 13th by-election, independent candidate Richard Frederick, is a suspected drug trafficker who is currently under investigation by the U.S. and the St. Lucia law enforcement authorities. The DEA, which is the Drug Enforcement Agency in Bridgetown, reports that Frederick is believed to be involved in a trafficking operation that uses St. Lucia as a transshipment point for Colombian cocaine heading for the U.S. and other destinations. According to the DEA source, the Drug Enforcement Agency source, the St. Lucia police were surprised by Frederick's election victory and believed he managed to mobilize associates that rank among the more undesirable elements of St. Lucia society to help him win the race. A St. Lucia newspaper editor told Poloff, that is the political officer of the embassy, that the impoverished constituency won by Frederick is full of bad boys who turned out to support their candidate. Now, that election was a very low voter turnout. There weren't a lot of people that came out. So, that's their speculation as to what happened. It said during the course of Frederick's brief election campaign, neither the press, very important that we understand this, neither the press nor his opponents raised questions about alleged involvement in drug trafficking, indicating that little may have been known about his issue outside of the law enforcement circles. Only one media outlet, the Cayman Island-based Caribbean Net News, included any mention of Frederick's suspected illegal activities in its reporting. The St. Lucian press, however, failed to raise the issue at all. Neither did Frederick's main opponent in the election, former Attorney General Victor Lecominier, who asked only why Frederick did not address law and order issues such as drugs, illegal weapons, and any money laundering during the campaign. One source told the embassy that nothing more than rumors are known about Frederick's supposed illegal activities, which no one dares publish or speak about publicly for fear of a libel suit. Again, very interesting. It says the opposition United Workers' Party initially intended to run as its candidate in the by-election the former Prime Minister Vaughan Lewis, who dropped out of the race and announced he would exit electoral politics after he was criticized by the party members as being a poor candidate. The UWP ultimately chose not to contest the by-election and instead criticized PM Anthony for subjecting the St. Lucians to a costly race for a single parliamentary seat rather than call national elections. Because remember, Sarah had resigned and there was an obligation to call the elections. And he could have called the national elections. Instead, he went ahead with the by-election. Observers speculated that the opposition, failing to find a suitable candidate for the by-election, opted to sit out the race rather than lose the seat that had traditionally been a UWP stronghold. Such an outcome would have made the party look particularly weak, just as former PM John Compton, who came out of retirement in 2005 to take over the troubled organization, was preparing the opposition for the next elections. It goes on to say, very importantly, it says, what happens next? Now, we all know, but let's find out what they thought would have happened. How the election to Parliament of a suspected drug trafficker will play out in St. Lucia remains to be seen, as it is unclear at this time how widely known are the allegations against Richard Fedrick. If opposition leader John Compton knew about the charges of criminal activity, this may explain why he refused to anoint Fedrick as the UP's candidate in the by-election. The fact that the press failed to raise serious questions about Fedrick suggests, however, that either the allegations against him are not well known, or that St. Lucians may prefer simply to look the other way. That either the allegations against him are not well known, or that St. Lucians may prefer to simply look the other way. From a law enforcement perspective, Richard Fedrick's elevation to parliamentarian could make the investigation into his suspected activities more difficult to pursue. Post will continue to report on the various aspects of this situation as they develop. So what's interesting is that they already knew that this tactic of winning his seat was his tactic because he knew the law enforcement agents were closing in on him. And we already know that by the time we got to the end of 2011, right, that his passport was taken away from him. His visa. His U.S. visa, both his personal and also his visa. Correct. So that speaks a lot about what other persons have already known about Richard, and some of us refuse to accept. And we set a standard in our country as to who we think should be in politics? Because if you allow somebody who is a scamp, somebody who is a lawbreaker, to be in your parliament, and that they then do things like the Bonanza land, who's the fool? He's just doing what he has always done. And he's convincing you all the time that, oh, there's nothing. I'm a good guy. I care about you all. You're the best. Okay? And that everybody else is a problem. So, let's go on. 2005, April 4th. A claim against Richard Fedrick by a family. The conclusion of the court case. It follows from my findings of fact that I do not accept Mr. Fedrick's case that he was acting in self-defense or defense of his property when he discharged his firearm. So that's a very nice way to say that he was lying. I do not accept his facts. That's another way of saying he lied, Mati. The discharge of the firearm must therefore have amounted to an assault not only against Jonathan, assuming he was hit by a round, but also against the other claimants insofar as they apprehended immediate and unlawful personal violence against themselves. Further, there can be no doubt that Mr. Frederick was a trespasser when he remained on the claimant's property after being told to leave by Mr. Joseph, whether Jonathan, his brother, might have done, or to Nigel. Mr. Joseph was therefore entitled to use reasonable force to eject him, and I find that the force used by Mr. Joseph, a shove or chuck, which was in an event ineffective, was no more than reasonable. So it means he said that the guy asked Richard to get off his property, and Richard refused to get off the property, so he pushed him. And the judge said, you know what, under the circumstances, I accept that that was a reasonable action for him to do after giving him several verbal warnings to leave his property. Although I prefer the claimant's account of events, I should say that even if I had accepted the defendant's account, I would nonetheless have concluded the discharge of a firearm in a residential area within a few feet of Mr. Joseph's head and perhaps 15 feet away from Mr. Joseph and her sons was an unreasonable and excessive reaction to the stone throwing which was described by Mr. Frederick and Nigel Thaddeus. As Mr. Frederick must well be aware, a firearm discharged in such circumstances, even in the air, can kill or maim innocent people. Some damage to the car or even some injury to person caused by stones, actual or apprehended, cannot, in my view, justify the risk, particularly when it was clearly open to Mr. Frederick to remove himself and his car from harm's way. This is not the first time. This is not the first time. Who's not seen the video of Richard outside of the casino kicking a man's car? A police officer's car. And that the police officer never pressed charges. Okay? How many stories do we have to hear about Richard Frederick to finally accept that he is a bully and he believes he's beyond the law of the St. Lucia? And he is about himself. He's not about the people of St. Lucia. I want to ask Richard, you want to sue me for defamation on the Bonanza land case? So I'm going to ask you a simple question, because you sent me the files. When you read the files, the minutes of the meeting from the housing board says that they sold the land to Reno Gajada. That's what it says. It then says they obtained a letter from Gordon & Gordon with an offer. But the letter said that the offer was from a company called Smilebit. But when you go down to the land registry, the land is registered in the name of Gifta Eugene. So I want to know if Reno Gajada, Smilebit, and Gifta Eugene are all the same people, or there's something else taking place that we don't know. I want to know, how is it that Stevenson King and Darren Snack can say that Slaspa was not interested in buying the property, yet the minutes of the board meeting say that Slaspa had expressed an interest to purchase it? The same Darren Snack had said a letter to Stevenson King to say that the council, Slaspa's council, had made the decision to purchase the property, and that they were going to apply to the economic fund to get the loan to buy the land. But by the time they went to do that, the land had already been sold. So why wouldn't you have waited? Especially if you're not putting it out to bid. If your only interest was for the money to be used to buy a building, where the money came from doesn't matter. But why don't you protect the people of St. Lucia? And you want all of us to believe that story from a man who so many allegations have been made, but we're all behind. You heard what Richard did? Just look at the TV show that they just had. All right? You have a man who is obviously in dire need, that's Ernest Hilaire, of a criminal lawyer. So he wants to find a criminal lawyer that's going to tell him what he wants to hear. So you heard about this show called Can I Help You? And so he went on the show to get some help from a criminal lawyer. And those are the two people advising each other. Now, when it comes to Hilaire, I'm not even going to get into West Indies cricket. Okay? I'm going to leave that for Dominic. Dominic has articulated that extremely well out there. But I'm going to go back because you see, I tell you, history repeats itself, right? We see the same movie over and over. We saw it with Richard. Okay? Richard wants to convince everybody that he's a good guy, but everybody knows that he is a bad boy. Okay? And that Richard is for himself. Anytime Richard is coming there to make a deal, it's never about the people of St. Lucia. You must look behind here, and you must look behind here, and you must go around to the other side, because you know the truth is not what he's presenting to you. Okay? The truth is somewhere in the back that he's trying to hide from you. Because remember what I said to you. Let me go back to it. I don't want to say things. A con artist, a person who cheats or tricks others by persuading them to believe something that is not true. Okay. So the Bonanza land that he was doing it for, to get a new headquarters, and that it's all good because it didn't go out to bid, don't worry about it, it's all good. That's a con artist that's talking to you. So how do we know when we see the movie? So in the case of Hilaire, Hilaire, remember, was the High Commissioner to St. Lucia. And let me show you how unoriginal the Labour Party is. Okay? We had a situation where one day we got up and there was an article in the British newspaper that said that a woman was taking a particular billionaire to court. And in the article, it revealed that person was our ambassador to the IMO. And that was in 2016. Nobody knew that we had an ambassador to the IMO. He'd been appointed since 2014, in April of 2014. You see the secrets? So it was kept a secret. How many passports? Wait a second. And then when this came out, and let me just read you what it says. Mr. Jafali was appointed a permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization. Sorry, I'm reading too fast. Mr. Jafali was appointed a permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization by the Caribbean island of St. Lucia in April of 2014. Now remember, it's a newspaper with millions of subscribers. So when people talk about, or they're concerned about the image of St. Lucia, think of what this is, right? Mr. Jafali was appointed. The question has arisen as to whether his status as an accredited diplomat shields the 60-year-old man from being taken before a UK court in a dispute as to how much of his estimated, get this, £4 billion fortune his former wife should receive after 13 years of marriage and the birth of a daughter who's now aged 13. Mr. Justice Hayden is being asked to decide the question in a 4-day hearing at the High Court Family Division in London. The UK government earlier made an extraordinary intervention in the case by formally asking St. Lucia to withdraw the tycoon's immunity. The government of the UK asked St. Lucia to drop the immunity before this went to trial. The judge was told 53-year-old Ms. Estrada is also challenging whether Mr. Jafali has a continuing right to diplomatic privileges in any event. His legal team is arguing that it appears to be a flag of convenience. And the tycoon has never attended a meeting of the IMO since his appointment. That's how we found out, you know. We never knew. And so it was shocking for us to find out that we had an ambassador, and it was even more shocking for us to find out the ambassador had never gone to a meeting. Mr. Pointer said that in due course, the FCO submitted her pressure and wrote a letter inviting St. Lucia to waive Mr. Jafali's immunity. The letter penned by the FCO's Director of Protocol was sent to St. Lucia, Acting High Commissioner in London, on December 23rd and requested a response by January 8th. Last Friday, the St. Lucia government told the FCO that it intends to uphold the principle of diplomatic immunity by allowing Mr. Jafali to invoke his diplomatic immunity in court. The government has issued a statement saying the government of St. Lucia has been assured by the FCO that Dr. Jafali has not abused the privilege and immunities afforded to him, nor is his decision of the government of St. Lucia to uphold the principle of diplomatic immunity and abuse of these privileges or immunities in any way. While the government of St. Lucia fully respects the decision of the FCO to make such a request, it is not satisfied, based on its own examination of the facts, that the compelling case has been made out to grant waiver to the diplomatic immunity of Dr. Jafali. And if we remember here, what they were telling us was the UK government had no right. We're no longer part of the UK government. We're now part of the Commonwealth. You can't tell us what to do anymore. Okay? Our ambassador is our ambassador. Even though this had nothing to do with his activities at the IMO. This was a personal matter. It goes on, it says, within weeks we had been appointed as the island's permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization. So let me repeat this again so we understand this. Within weeks of him being appointed as the island's permanent representative, so that's within weeks of Jafali being appointed as the representative to the IMO, despite having no qualifications in shipping or maritime law, nor any previous connection to St. Lucia, the appointment was never publicly announced by the St. Lucia Labour Party, and Mr. Jafali has so far attended no meetings in the 21 months since his appointment. The position grants him diplomatic immunity, and once secured, listen to this, once he got it, he quickly divorced Mrs. Estrada in the traditional Muslim way by saying, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you. An expert on these matters said, friendly governments usually waive the immunity of diplomats subject to legal proceedings in Britain, and opposition politicians in St. Lucia have called upon their government to act and remove Jafali from his post. So here we have it. Again, you remember this is a government that says that the United Workers' Party is trying to embarrass St. Lucia. Okay? So here's what the judge wrote in the final part of the case. He said, He said that the billionaire's claim to diplomatic immunity was spurious. The judge said, I am satisfied that what has transpired here is that Dr. Jafali has sought and obtained a diplomatic appointment with the sole intention of defeating Miss Estrada's claims consequent on the breakdown of their marriage. Dr. Jafali has not in any real sense taken up his appointment, nor has he discharged any responsibilities in connection with it. It is entirely an artificial construct. That was the headlines. If you go to all the different newspapers, you'll see that all the headlines were false appointment of an ambassador by St. Lucia. That's how St. Lucia's name was being bandied around. And this government has the audacity to make any allegations that we are, United Workers' Party, attempting to disparage the name of St. Lucia and St. Lucians. they do a great job by themselves. So what happened was, in all this background stuff that was taking place, the first letter that came out by the wife to ask for the withdrawal of the immunity, remember what the Labour Party said? Oh, she's a gold digger. Right? And that's a personal matter between them. Sound familiar? Martinez and Galaxy? That's a personal matter between them. And that Martinez now is a fraud. Instead of being a gold digger, he's now a fraud. We've seen this movie before. That's correct. This is the same thing over anybody who wants to hold the Labour Party accountable or to call them out and provide any evidence of their wrongdoing. They all of a sudden become the worst thing in the face of the earth. And they use their propaganda. Remember what I said? First you have a secret, you find out the lies, and then it becomes the propaganda to be able to con you into believing that everybody else is wrong and they are right. So, Jafali, when he heard about the letter, sent notes to Hilaire to say, make sure your government does not give her and withdraw my immunity. Okay? Then when the British government asked for the dropping of the immunity, he started to get very worried. And the correspondence now between Hilaire and Jafali started to get bigger. Now I want to ask you a question. If you are worth $4 billion, £4 billion, and you're going to get divorced, and you've been married to your wife for 13 years, you have a child with your wife, it means you're going to get a little ching, 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 right? You expect to get a little ching, ching, ching. Maybe some houses, maybe some cars, and some money. So what's a reasonable amount in your mind that you believe that she may have been entitled to? In America, or as Eddie Murphy said, half. I want half, Eddie. Half. So 2 billion. Let's say 1 billion pounds. So even though he's going to lose £1 billion to his ex-wife, what do you think that he would be willing to pay to solve that problem? And in order to help him solve this problem, I can't make this up solutions. My mind is not that creative. He went to a company called JJ the Fixer. So for all those people who are online and who like to Google, go Google JJ the Fixer. And you'll find out that JJ the Fixer is a person who helps high net worth individuals solve problems. So he becomes friends with Hilaire. And they decide, hey, if I make him the ambassador to IMO, because the IMO is in the UK, he can get immunity from his wife. And all the documentation shows from day one that was all his interest was. Now the part that solutions have not really appreciated, as the ambassador to the IMO, he also got other benefits. So he was able to buy cars duty-free. So he bought a Rolls Royce and a Ferrari. A Rolls Royce for himself, a Ferrari for his new wife. Okay, that I guess there maybe you say, I marry you, I marry you, I marry you. I don't know, okay? And in addition to that, because he was an ambassador, he was able to apply for visas for staff to come and work in England. So he got 2 staff. So he got 2 cars and 2 staff members. And you remember he got immunity from his wife, from the money, from the maybe the £1 billion he was going to lose. What was he be willing to pay for that package? Okay? So what do we know happened? We know for sure that after all of the discussions about the English government, an account was opened up in the UK. And the account was called the St. Lucia High Commission IMO account. Now, the Auditor General of St. Lucia did an audit. Okay? The Auditor General. So this is a letter dated February 3rd, 2021. The Office of the Director of Audit conducted an audit of the London High Commission on June 2019. So for people who think, boy, maybe Chasney got the Auditor General to write the letter before the elections, the audit started since June of 2019, and the report came out almost 2 years later. The audit covered the period of April 1st, 2015 to March 31st, 2019. Because remember, she was doing it in 2019. We have not completed our audit process nor issued our audit report to the Department of External Affairs in keeping with the audited standards. An exit meeting was held with the Deputy Permanent Secretary regarding the key findings of the embassy. So it says that after requesting bank confirmations, we obtained bank end balances for the following accounts. So it names several accounts. And the last one it mentions is the High Commission of St. Lucia International Maritime Organization Mission account. The bank account number 739134546 which is the IMO account, was opened in January 13th of 2015 and closed April 16th of 2018. In order to sufficiently audit the bank account, it was necessary to examine other supporting documents in addition to bank statements. Failure to obtain these documents limited our ability to substantiate expenses and revenues and limited the scope of the audit work. We noted that the account was opened in January 13th of 2015. However, supporting information on the manner in which the account was opened, necessary approvals from the Department of External Affairs and the Accountant General's office was not seen at the embassy. Wow. The Financial Act requires us to do that. If you're going to open up a new account under the government's name, you must advise the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the PS, and you must also advise the Accountant General. Why? Accountant General now in his accounts of the government's assets will include that account and have a running balance on that account. He cannot do that if he does not know that the account has been opened. So he was never informed the account was open. We inquired of the Department of External Affairs on the nature of the account. However, the department could not present information on the account. So it means the Ministry of Foreign Affairs never knew about the account. We did not see any evidence that the bank accounts were opened as prescribed by the revised laws of St. Lucia regarding the approval from the Accountant General. In examining the bank statements presented, we were unable to perform a full analysis as the supporting invoice needed could not be obtained from the embassy. We could not ascertain the nature of the deposits on the account nor the reason why for its operations. So there was nothing that said, why was this account open? Nothing. So government didn't know, nobody in government knew this account was just opened. It says, we noted the opening transaction of £66,180 from Walid Ahmed Jafali. However, no supporting documents was provided to us detailing the nature of the receipt of funds to the government of St. Lucia. So £66,000 was just transferred into the account. No explanation as to why that was done, what purpose, and nobody in government knew. Expenditure from the account varied, comprising of refunds to embassy staff and payments to vendors. While bank statements only recorded the check number, we were able to determine some of the payments based on the check stub seen in the table below. And so it has a list of it. And several of the amounts were paid directly to Ernest Hilaire in his personal account. Okay?
Any explanation?
Well, from what I understand, of the £66,000, almost £30,000 were transferred from Jufali's co-account with him. Remember, he was one of the signatures on the account.
So he signed a check to himself?
well, he would have signed a check to himself. And interestingly, and I want everybody, I don't want to put anything in anybody's heads, but remember, let's ask the question. A billionaire who could be losing £1 billion gets 2 duty-free cars, a Rolls Royce and a Ferrari, gets 2 staff, right? Do you believe that the only amount of money that he would have transferred would be £66,500? I mean, I'm not so sure I would believe that, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe St. Lucia's a very generous country, and St. Lucia wanted to protect billionaires, right? Because instead of protecting women and protecting all kinds of other human rights around the world, instead what we've decided to do is to have a policy that we're going to give billionaires immunity, give them, diplomatic passports for protection. Maybe that's our cause in life. Now, I can't even imagine the government of St. Lucia willing to do that if, in fact, we're not getting a benefit. So the government of St. Lucia didn't even know that they got the £66,500. They didn't know. So, what's important to know? CIP. I very much appreciate that everybody now is starting to understand what has transpired in CIP. I think that we're becoming a little bit more familiar with the program and the concepts and the terms of what's happening. So we have a couple of pathways to become a citizen in St. Lucia. The first pathway is if you make a donation. So it means you make a $100,000 contribution to the Economic Fund of St. Lucia. Okay? You don't get any shares. You don't get any interest back. You just donate it's a contribution that you make, a donation. Okay? You can make a contribution where you give £500,000 to St. Lucia in the form of a bond. You get no interest on that bond. So let me give you an example. If the interest rates that we're paying on bonds is 6%, that means that we would that money would have cost us $30,000 a year. Times 5 years is $150,000. So we're getting a little bit more than the 100,000. Okay? If you're wealthy enough and you have enough money, you can put it there because you know you don't have to put any money out, right? And it's all you're losing is the interest on it every year. The next way is what we call, and Dominique described it, which is our investment real estate program. So the real estate program was $300,000. That's where it started. And the reason is because the person invests $300,000 into a business and they get shares in that business. And the government of St. Lucia helps out by saying, okay, if you make that $300,000 investment into this hotel, we'll also give you a passport and citizenship. But the fees that you're going to pay are $50,000. So you pay the government $50,000 and you pay the $300,000. You follow me? The $300,000 goes into an escrow account. So when Hilaire says to all of us, he says that the money's not ours. And I agree with Dominic. The next day, he should have been fired if you had a proper Minister of Finance. And let me tell you why he should have been fired. Because if that is the laissez-faire attitude that he has towards our citizenship, and he thinks that our responsibility ends with the person just giving the developer the money, the responsibility of the state is to ensure that that £300,000 goes where it's supposed to go. That's why it goes into an escrow account. So first of all, you're supposed to make sure the right amount of money comes into the escrow account. Secondly, you're supposed to make sure that the $300,000 goes towards the hotel. And yes, the hotel can pay for marketing fees. Yes, the hotel can pay for all the, but it must come out of that $300,000. And they must provide the government of St. Lucia a breakdown of what those expenses are. You don't get to walk away. And if that is what you're suggesting to the people of St. Lucia, you are not fit to be the minister of the CIP. You can't stay there and tell the people that. And then you want to come and con the people of St. Lucia again? And start talking about if you have a house and you can pay 20% commission. Hilaire. No. Oh. The house belongs to you. Citizenship belongs to us. You can sell your house for whatever price you want to sell your house. And you can call it whatever you want to call it. So if you want to pay less taxes and so you say I'm going to pay a higher commission, that's your business. But you cannot do that with our citizenship because you went to the parliament and you approved the law to say that you're going to sell citizenship for $100,000. Or that a developer was going to build a hotel and you were going to make sure that the money goes into the hotel for $300,000. You don't get to discount it. And that's the problem. But remember, the same person who is advising Hilaire, because people are now starting to understand about Rovergate, there's two laws that Hilaire broke. The first law, the same way, remember, he didn't tell anybody about the account. Yes? We know that from the Auditor General. So that's not me. That's the Auditor General saying they did know about the account. Is the same way he never told anybody that he was putting the car in the name of the state. And we know it was not an accident because the document has been circulated and the document says the following. So it's an email from the Foreign Office in the UK. I know it by heart. Okay? And it says to the Secretary of Hilaire, further to your conversation, we now understand that the car does not belong to Tafawa Williams. Because he tried to put it in Tafawa Williams' name because he could not put it in his name. And he says, and a mistake was made and the car actually belongs to the High Commission. I love the British. They went on to say, in order not to have any confusion, where it says in the application, owner, put St. Lucia High Commission. Where it says address, put the address of the St. Lucia High Commission. So that's why when you went to the UK, the invoice of the car said St. Lucia High Commission. The registration of the vehicle was St. Lucia High Commission. So the question is, who gave him permission to put the car in the name of the High Commission? And then the next question is, who gave you permission to now take the car and put it back in your name? And people don't understand, when somebody drove the car from the High Commission's office, gets in the car, it arrives from the dealer, new car for the St. Lucia High Commission. Guy gets in the car, drives it, beautiful car, nice Range Rover, driving down the road. He brings it to the dock, he puts it into a container, and the container has all of Hilaire's personal goods. And so, like everything else, a bill of lading would be established. The bill of lading doesn't tell you who owns the stuff. The bill of lading tells you what's in the container. So it says personal items for Hilaire and a Range Rover vehicle. So when the car arrived in St. Lucia, the car was given pre-delivery. And Chico has been going down the line explaining to people what happened. And all he was being asked to do for the last 5 years was to bring proof that he got permission to put the car in the name of the High Commission, and that somebody from the government gave him permission to put the car back in his name. But he cannot. But the lawyer he has, another con man, will come on TV and tell all of y'all don't know what's going on. It's just like going down to Point Seraphim, right? And you want to buy a little thing for your girlfriend or for the wife, I don't know which one it is in his case, right? And you're not traveling, so you see a fella over there, and you say, boss man, come, boss man, come. Say, boss, do me a favor. You traveling anytime soon? Oh yeah. Well, just give me your ticket number, and you go there because I'm going to use your discount for me to get something from my whatever. Imagine that's what a person who is the head of the Bar Association for the OECS is. He should be fired as the chairman of the Bar Association. This is the man that is there to go and select our judges, and we say, nothing, it's okay. That's the persons that we want to be in charge of people's business in this country. A man who will tell you that. It's like getting a discount. That's what Hilaire did. He went and found somebody for discount. The person with the discount in this case was whom? The government of St. Lucia. He went and used their discount. That makes sense to you? And I'm saying to the people of St. Lucia the whole time, because nobody really seems to get it. I said, okay. I would accept that if every single St. Lucian can buy a car in the UK, have the UK High Commission, our High Commissioner, registered in the name of the St. Lucia High Commission, so I can get it duty-free, 12.5% I can save, and then let me take my car when it comes to St. Lucia. I think as citizens of St. Lucia, if he can get it, we should all get it. And if the governor of St. Lucia went to Parliament and passed that, no problem. But they cannot do it, because it would be a breach of the agreement that they have with the UK as to who can access the duty-free. So again, he's embarrassing us. That's right. So with the CIP, it's the same thing that's taking place. So I want to say this to you. They moved it from 300,000 to 200,000. In their own budget, in the finance statement, the Prime Minister said that the amount of people buying the donation, the $100,000, has been reduced because of the growth of the real estate. And we're going to think, okay, it's now $200,000, etc. But I want to explain to all of us really what has happened here. The 6,000 files at $200,000 should be $1.2 billion. So before everybody gets scared, when the United Workers' Party gets back into office, the persons who have not paid the right amount for the citizenship will be given an opportunity to pay the difference, and as Herod say, the money will go into the consolidated fund, and if they don't pay it, then we're going to take away their citizenship, okay? I'm saying that calmly for everybody so everybody understands, okay? But right now with the Labour Party, they didn't pay the $200,000. And I want you to think for a moment. The United Workers' Party was in government, and in government, I believe in the 5 years we got 800 passports, which would be about 300 or so files. Okay? In 5 years. Labour Party's come in and has sold 13,000 files, 56,000 passports. Now, I know that con artists are good at selling things, right? But not even them can be that good. So they had to be a trick. The trick was they allowed Galaxy to sell not at $200,000, but at a lot lesser money. And the price had to match what was taking place. If you can get a passport from Dominica for $70,000, $80,000, okay, you're not going to sell a lot of passports at $100,000 or $200,000. That's just you start going down to the market, okay? If somebody's selling breadfruit or dasheen, right, for a lower price than you, and they're right next to you, how many are you going to sell if you don't match the price? Okay? Don't try people confuse you, if anything, you know. So to sell that number of files and that number of passports, it had to be that the price was a good price. Okay? Now, the question is, who benefits?
That's right.
Who benefits? So let us say that instead of selling it for $200,000, and if the donation is at $100,000, and I want to take his whole commission thing in, let's say they were selling it for $80,000. So 80,000 files, sorry, $80,000 times 6,000 files comes to $420 million. But we should have gotten 1.2 billion. So that's about, 700 and something million dollars US short. But they're happy because they've gotten more money than they were expecting to get in the first place. They were only expecting to get 220 million. Now they're getting 240 million. But the other persons that are happy are some of the lawyers. And the advantage of giving the program to Galaxy is because Galaxy decides who the lawyers are going to be, not the clients. So the vast majority of files have gone to their friends. Now, I'm appealing to the business people of St. Lucia and to St. Lucians. What business do you know in St. Lucia that can make $18 million US of profit in 2 years? Okay? And now that you're going to add the extra files, what company do you know in St. Lucia that has the possibility of making $42 million US in 2 years? Or 112 million EC dollars? I know of none. And so when we think of $3,000, we don't think of it as being a lot of money. But when you add it up, it becomes a lot of money. So when now you go and you give them now the infrastructure program, and I want to say this because I hear people saying this all the time. Mr. Chasney, why is this guy Martinez coming after St. Lucia? How is St. Lucia connected to all of this? We have one name, Les Can. Les Can was the CEO of the St. Kitts and Nevis CIP program. So he was the one that was overseeing Galaxy. And he and Galaxy came up with the idea of the prison. And as I said to you, the court case with Martinez and also the new government in St. Kitts have told us the truth. That there was 5,500 files, $1 billion worth of value, 26,000 passports were sold, okay? And there's no prison. And the prison was only $50 million. So Les Can now, when the new government comes in and the government there said, WTF, where's the funds? That's right. Where's the funds, Les? Hey, Les, what's going on, man? Where's the funds? Come on, man. I'm so excited I've come into the new government and it's supposed to be, $1 billion. And I'm looking, where's the money? Can't find it. So what do? They fire Les. Where does Les end up? Les ended up as the CEO of Galaxy. And he comes to St. Lucia. And he finds some more con men. Discount kings. Right? They go to, Point Seraphin and get a discount. They go to UK to get a discount, right? And they're now discounting their houses and they're discounting the CIP. And so they says, man, you see how fast we sold 6,000 files? And you see how much money these lawyers made? We can do it again. So what do you mean? We can do this infrastructure program. Okay? We're going to do this infrastructure program. And the way the program is going to work, it's going to be $100,000 and 4 passports. Right? Now, I want us to think of the insanity of this. We had a donation program for $100,000, and I told you the money went into the economic fund. There was no restrictions. They can build roads, they can build homes, all the things they're telling us that they're promising us solutions. But instead, they do an infrastructure program for $100,000. And instead of the money going into the economic fund, the money is going into Galaxy. And Galaxy puts out a press statement and say, yes. The government appointed us as an infrastructure developer. And in addition to the fees, we're also collecting in addition to the money, we're also collecting the fees. Now, in St. Kitts, they did the same thing. The money didn't go into an escrow account. Galaxy collected the money. That's who collected the money. Okay? Galaxy. And they can't find the money. At least if it was in the escrow account, we're supposed to know. Now, my time is running out, but I want to read something. I want to read something that's very, very important. This is from the Conference of the States of Parties to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And in it, it has an evaluation of St. Lucia. So I want to put all of those persons that are involved in this CIP program that do not believe that they're doing something wrong, I want to show them that the law doesn't agree them. It says the legal framework against corruption principally comprises the Constitution of St. Lucia, the Criminal Code, the Integrity in Public Life Act, the Special Prosecutor Act, and the Money Laundering Prevention Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, and the Extradition Act, and the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. That's what all those different pieces of legislation speaks to corruption. The lowest court in the District of Magistrates Court, which is a court of, wait a second, is that right? Oh no, it's right here. Sorry, my apologies. So it says, the conversion or transfer of proceeds of crime is criminalized in Section 28 of the Money Laundering Prevention Act. Domestic law does not establish any requirements with regard to the specific purpose for which the illicit origin of the property is concealed or disguised, or require the person who converts or transfers the proceeds of crime to know that such property is in the proceeds of crime in the order of such account. And I'll explain it. Entering into or becoming a concerned in an arrangement that facilitates the acquisition, control, retention, or use of the proceeds of criminal conduct on behalf of another person is also criminalized. In order to constitute an offense, such conduct requires knowledge of the illicit origin of the proceeds. What it's saying is that anybody who is involved in the unlawful acquiring of monies or assets that have been obtained unlawfully are subject to legal prosecution. Okay? So if, in fact, my theory, and it's a theory, but I think that when you look at it, it's a pretty comprehensive theory, that when the government is colluding with Galaxy and allowing them to sell the passports at a lower price than prescribed, that's considered to be unlawful. It's criminal. It's illegal. Okay? And that the money that's obtained, whatever that money is used to, whether it's to pay for a service, whether it's to buy a building, whether it's to buy a car, whatever it is, all of those things automatically become illegal. So if a person abroad, because remember, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So if a person knows that when they go to the website of the St. Lucia CIP and sees that a citizenship is for 100,000 or for 200,000 and they pay less for it, they know that they're committing an act that's unlawful. Okay? And therefore, if they are issued a passport, United Workers' Party will send them a letter and tell them, please note that you've not paid the right amount of money. You have to immediately put the money into St. Lucia, and as Herod says, that money will go into the consolidated account. Now, Herod gave us a number. So whether it is $4 billion from GPH, whether it's the money that we're losing, and I have no idea what's happening at HIA, but more importantly, whether it is the $4 billion that should have been collected on CIP and it's not collected. $4 billion divided by 180,000 people is $20,000 per person. But let's understand this. That is for every man, woman, and child. So for those persons who have a father, a mother, and 2 children or 3 children, it's anywhere between $80,000 to $100,000 per household. That is how much money is being stolen. That's how much money is being wasted. And that's just on CIP, not including the GPH, not including St. Jude's, not including HIA, not including all the road and other stuff that's there, not including the halls of justice. And I want all of us to react like if that $100,000 was already in your pocket and somebody came into your home at the night and it's your only $100,000 and steals it from you. So the bombshell that I believe Mr. Martinez is making reference to is I believe that he's going to give you all evidence that our Prime Minister, who continues to say, I don't know what's going on. I mean, wait a second. First of all, we should never need somebody to prove that to us. The person who he put there as his chairman was Lauren Theophilus. And I'm sorry, Lauren, until we see a letter from you that you've resigned or a letter from the CIP that you've resigned, I believe that you're still the chairman. I'm going to hold you accountable as being the chairman. So we want to know, where's the funds? Where have the funds gone? So Martinez wants to said he has information to say that Philippe is involved. Philippe knows what's going on. Okay, but we know that already. As I said to you, he put Lauren Theophilus as the chairman. He put Emmanuel, who is his campaign manager, and no matter what he wants to tell you, a strong, long friend for a long time. All those people from Castries know that that's true. Okay? As Castries East, as the CEO. He put his daughter in as a risk profiler. She's there studying every day to see who's a risk. So you're telling me 3 people are inside there and you don't know what's going on? So I'm looking forward, like everybody else, to hear what's going on. And I want to say to Mr. Martinez, don't waste my trip up to Washington, D.C., because it seems like you're putting all the evidence out before I get up there, so I don't need to come out to Washington, D.C. St. Lucians. We are being given a 6 for a 9. Whether it's healthcare, whether it's, I didn't even get to speak about national security, whether it's what's taking place at OKEU, what's taking place with crime in this country, what's taking place at, as I said, to NLA, we still don't know where the money's gone, right? Where's the money? Who's benefiting? Because I know the youth have lost. It's costing the youth $800,000 a month for the next 15 years. $10 million a year for 15 years. There should be no doubt in people's mind. The Labour Party is not the most prepared government to govern. They were the most prepared party to steal and the future of the people of this country and to deprive us. And as a man said in my constituency, and he's 100% right, they are causing the people of this country to live in misery. Okay? And the only way that we can change our future is to understand that there are elements in the Constitution that the only way to enforce them is through the will of the people. There's no court you can go to. You have to feel that your constitutional rights are being deprived. And one of those rights is the right for you not to live in misery. And so I'm going to ask all St. Lucians, read up, listen to what's going on. Let us get together, and when we are going to the boulevard on September 22nd, it's an opportunity for all of us to stand tall and to be counted, and to send a strong message to this government that we're not going to take anymore, we're not going to live in misery, and they don't have the authority to try to con us anymore. We know better, and we will stand up for all of you. I thank you very, very, very much, and I see you all soon. Thank you.
Gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the street, but not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their need? A son's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the window, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his way.
And if he doesn't change his ways, we will make a change. Now, you know, we've been raising, well, the red flag has been raised. We've raised our yellow flag so that St. Lucians can get a green flag. But the St. Lucia Labour Party is suggesting that we are just alarmists and so on. But I want to issue a warning. Just be careful, some people's colors do change from red to orange. With an orange suits with bracelets on. But ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end, but just before we end, unfortunately, this is the order of the day in St. Lucia, sad news. And, well, I say news, it's not even news anymore these days. We're just learning that someone was shot and killed in Foaso a while ago. Yeah. Some people don't even react to that. It's like I say, the sun was shining today. This is a sad situation that we have found ourselves in. But ladies and gentlemen, again, let us extend our condolences to the family, friends, and the community of Warsaw on the passing of yet another St. Lucian. I don't have all the details, but I'm going to bet it's probably a young person again. A young man. That's what I'm hearing, a young man. And most likely, the victim is a young man, the perpetrator is a young man. And so we are losing our young people rapidly. The government is unconcerned. But, ladies and gentlemen, the time will come when we will put an end to all of this. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the political leader of the United Workers' Party, Member of Parliament for Miku South, and the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia for his contribution tonight. Let me thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. Another Sunday Live by the United Workers' Party. You can look forward to next Sunday. Even more information, more lively. Well, while they are out, now St. Lucians, things are rough in this country. Don't go and wear out your shoes for people who don't care about you. Stay home instead and listen to Sunday Live. Pardon? Not on any match. Come to the live. Do not go out. What they're trying to, the people that are not interested in you, that are not putting you first, will want you to wear out the little shoe that you have by coming on match. But we are going to listen to Sunday Live next Sunday. On Thursday, we are going to listen in the morning to Meet the Opposition and in the evening to Round Table. But stay tuned because there's so much happening. On Tuesday, we are going to have our news brief. And very soon, we'll be making an announcement of a new talk show that will be brought to you by the United Workers' Party because there's a lot to enlighten you about and to disclose. So, I want to say a special thank you to our listeners who are following us on live stream. I want to say a special thank you to those of you in the diaspora. Now, you know, interestingly, there's one of our people in the diaspora. I saw him here tonight. He's like, you know, they can't take it anymore. They're coming down here. I saw Al in the house tonight. I just want to say welcome home, Al. And you're in good company. And let me thank all of our speakers. Let me thank our technical people. And let me say to St. Lucians, do not give up hope, because there is light at the end of the tunnel. The Flambeau is still lighting and is shining brighter than ever. We shall bring back the light to St. Lucia. So thank you very much. And just a final announcement. Tomorrow is the funeral of Jacinta's brother. So those of you who wish to attend, it's at the cathedral in Castries. So, and well, you know, these are our people. So those of you who can't make it, we invite you to attend. Okay, thank you once again. Have a good night and find yourself home safely. And you all know that has meaning these days. Huh? Find yourselves home safely. And keep it together because we need you to continue the fight, and we need you on that day of redemption when we'll bring back progress, development, peace, safety, good living, and everything good to St. Lucia. Thank you very much.
Gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. Gonna make a difference.